This is a sound test for Cambridge City Council Planning Committee, which will begin at 10 a.m. on the 4th of March.
Yeah. Now live, so welcome to Planning Committee. So good morning everyone, my name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10:05 a.m. on Wednesday the 4th of March. Perhaps if councillors could introduce themselves from Katie nearest me.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Councillor Katie Porrer from Market Ward, and I'm substituting for Councillor Flaubert this morning.
Thank you. Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Matthew Howard, Abbey Ward. Bob Illingworth, East Chesterton Ward.
Councillor Michael Jones, Abbey Ward.
Thank you very much, councillors. So apologies were received from councillors Thornborough, who I believe can come this afternoon, councillor Flaubert and councillor Dryden. So we're still quorate for the meeting. Vice Chair. I almost forgot we need to have a Vice Chair because Councillor Thornborough is the Vice Chair. She's not here. And why that is, it's because if we have an item where it has to go back, you know, if we have a sort of issue about it, it has to go back to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes from officers. The Vice Chair obviously needs to see it from the meeting. So could I, you've done it before, Councillor Todd Jones, is that okay? Second,
happy to
thank
step
you very
in
much,
again.
Councillor Porrer.
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Okay. So can't see anyone against that. So that's it then. Is that okay, officers? Yeah. Thumbs up. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, councillors. Right. The officers permanent at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager, not Toby Jones as it says here, but Michael Hammond. Also Richard Pitt, Legal Advisor, Committee Manager James Goddard and Producer Sarah Michael. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at some point as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you are following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exit. Please do not use the lift. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch off your microphone and camera unless you're invited to speak. If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and report and respond to questions. The process for each planning occupation will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report, questions of clarification from members to officers. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against unless advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask the planning delivery manager to summarise the officer recommendation, which will pick up any amendments made during the debate. I will then ask members to vote on the officer recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So moving on to agenda item 3. Perhaps not, agenda item 2 would be better really. So I've done apologies, yeah. So agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Members, any of them? No hands up, okay. Agenda item 4, so that's the minutes of the last meeting. That's minutes of 4th of Feb. Can I sign them as a true record, members? Yes, thank you very much. Thanks, James. So, okay, so we get on to the planning items for today. So the first one is item 5, Cambridge Rugby Union at Register Road. Let's get that up on screen. So, hello Amy, morning. So this is presented by Amy, and we've got, what have we got? So, increase the speaking time on this to 6 minutes. So there are two objectors, Lorraine and Andrew, and we have the agent, Mark, and ward councillor, Councillor Clough, here to speak as well. So we'll have that after the presentation. So Amy, if you're ready then please, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the application in front of members today is at the Cambridge Rugby Union Club in Grantchester. The proposal is for the construction of floodlit paddle tennis court facilities with a clubhouse and landscaping. Just some points of clarification before I get into the body of my presentation. As circulated to members on the amendment sheet, the condition 9, which refers to the floodlighting on site, was expanded on to encompass elements of ecology in terms of bats. This subsequently saw the removal of condition 10, which was the restriction of the floodlight use, because this will now be addressed under condition 9. And there was also amendments to paragraph 17.8 in my officer's report, just to reflect this change of conditions. And this was also the subsequent deletion of 17.9 as it was no longer relevant. There was also an addition of an informative for bat and lighting guidance, just in the event the application is approved. Apologies. So just in terms of the site itself, the site is located within the Greenbelt. It is located within protected open space, so just where my cursor is kind of the extent of the site down here, just behind this pitch. So the site itself is in flood zone 2 and is subject to surface water flooding. The site is also relevant to the Newnham neighbourhood, the South Newnham neighbourhood plan, with boundaries to properties just along here. To the north of the site is kind of rugby pitches. To the south of the site again is some more rugby pitches, and kind of to the west of the site is the miniature railway museum. So the red line in front of members today shows the extent of the site. The courts will be accessed by an existing track which serves the rugby club, and the courts themselves will utilise the parking arrangements which are located here, as well as here. And just here on this side of the slide is the block plan of what's being proposed. So we can see 5 paddle courts here, which are located just, along here. So 5 courts are being proposed. The 5 courts will require the laying of hard standing. To the rear of the courts will be a prefabricated club hut, which will be used for administrative duties as well as storage, which serves the courts. And there will also be an external seating area for those users as well, which is covered by a pergola. Unlike the previous application, no courts are going to be covered. These are all open courts. And just as I can kind of show in the elevation, so each court will benefit from an enclosure, but not necessarily a cover, where previously we saw these domed canopies. So each paddle court will benefit from a steel and mesh with enclosure, which has got glass along the elevations to allow for transparency. The courts will be 10 metres in width by 19 metres in length. The club hut-like structure, as I said before, will serve the and will be roughly 3.5 metres in height, 6 metres in depth, and 10 metres in length. The pagoda, like I said, there'll be landscaping towards the rear in terms of a seating area, with a pergola covering this area as well as the club hut. So this will be roughly 4 metres in height, 24 metres in length, and the massing will essentially follow the height of the neighbouring courts. So as you can see on this elevation, floodlights are being proposed for the use of the paddle courts. These floodlights will be roughly 6 metres in height from the ground. And as I said in my points of clarification, a condition has been imposed to secure a lighting scheme, which will essentially allow for the lighting to be secured in a manner that respects kind of ecology within the area, and as well provide details of the arcs of the lighting and the times of use, hence why condition 10 was removed, restricting that hours of use. And this was just to kind of give members an idea of what they're looking at in terms of the site was to be essentially cut in half to have a look and see what it looks like for a cross section. So you'd be able to access the site. This would be where the access track would come along. You'd get to the Cambridge Rugby Club itself with a kind of pitch in this area, and then we've got the paddle courts located here. And again, this is just for context of what the proposed club hut will look like. So as I said before, the club hut will serve the courts themselves in terms of administrative tasks, as well as storage of facilities to serve the courts. Apologies. And the hut will be 3.5 metres in height, 6 metres in depth, and 10 metres in length. So just to be clear where my previous report highlighted, the Newnham Neighbourhood Plan refers to protected views, and there are views within the grounds of this application. So policy SNNP 15 refers to conserving and enhancing the existing views and street scenes. The views that are impacted would be V3 and V5, which is here. So V3 is just there where my cursor is, and V5 is towards the back of the kind of wider site. So in terms of this application, where the difference is that the canopies have been removed and the external kind of materials of the courts are now kind of transparent, officers are of the view that these views will not be impacted, and it's the transparency of the materials has allowed for these views to continue across the site, and it's And again, just for kind of completeness, so we've got some visuals that were provided as part of the application. So we can see the existing view here of the site. So if you're looking towards where the access road is, just behind my cursor here. And you can see here with the proposal here of the CG image of where these courts will be located here. And then just another visual. So this would be the closest to V3, view 3. So we can see here we've got no courts with the existing view, and then the courts located here. And then this view would roughly align with view 5. So we can see it's to the back of where the proposed courts are being. So this would be the rugby club here, the existing, and then the paddle courts if they were to be constructed. I just wanted to highlight to members that there is a need for paddle courts within the wider district. So speaking with our recreation team about this application, there is currently an under provision of 10 paddle courts within the city. The statistics above will be published as part of a supplementary document to cover the wider Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire district area. There is a kind of clear need for paddle courts within the city, which this scheme would help meet. And yeah, so as I can say above the courts, at the minute we're kind of under the provision of 10 presently. Just some other planning matters. So biodiversity, the site has a low ecological value, but the proposal would result in a net loss of habitats. But the B&G condition, biodiversity net gain condition, is being proposed via offset credits. So conditions can secure this and be imposed just to secure that enhancement. And in addition to that, the lighting scheme will also allow for existing ecology on the site to be kind of respected. In terms of flood risk and water surface management, so as I said before, the site is in flood zone 2. The matter of sequential drainage testing was introduced on the previous application and not necessarily on this one, but I thought it necessary to address it. So just to clarify, it's not considered that a sequential test was required in this instance for this application, as the change of use of the site is essentially going from recreation to recreation. The existing use is recreation and it's being changed to recreation. So therefore the vulnerability of the site isn't increasing. The application was also submitted with a drainage strategy, which includes the detention basic and swales within the overflow to the Bin Brook. The submitted flood risk assessment was considered, reviewed and considered appropriate by our drainage officer, who has also recommended conditions which have been included in the pack for members to review. Transport and parking. So there will be a minor increase in traffic. So 20 car parking spaces have been allocated for paddle use only. This will be absorbed within the existing car parking arrangements on site. And 6 new cycle spaces have also been proposed. There will be an increase in vehicle movements by 42 per day. That is the worst case scenario. So that is basically suggesting that the courts are always in use. We're seeing a maximum of 20 cars coming, as that's the kind of number of players that can play. And it's also based on the assumption that everyone will be travelling by car on their own. So that would be the worst case scenario. Amenity levels. So I do have the environmental health officer on the call today who has reviewed the scheme, so members can address noise concerns should they have some. So noise levels are predicted to be within an acceptable limits. The application site is far enough away from neighbouring residents where officers do not consider the noise levels associated with the proposal is adverse. The floodlighting proposed, as I said, is likely to be acceptable, but that has been secured via a condition, just to get those kind of finer details of the arcs and making sure that everything is okay. It should be noted as well that the wider site does benefit from floodlighting on the site already. So again, this is why a kind of condition has been imposed to make sure that that floodlighting is in accordance with what's happening on site already. And I think that is my presentation for the time being. So, in terms of the recommendation, officers are recommending the application be approved. In terms of the balance, officers considered the proposal would provide numerous benefits in terms of health and well-being, as well as helping support the rugby club. The proposal would address a need for paddle courts in the city. And the new application in front of us, having removed the domes on top of the courts, it's considered that the character of the proposal would respect the wider character of the area. In terms of Greenbelt, as the proposal would be acceptable within the Greenbelt as outdoor sports is considered an exception in terms of developing in the Greenbelt, which this would be considered to be. So we don't have necessarily an objection in terms of Greenbelt terms. And again, in terms of the South Nuneham Neighbourhood Plan, officers do not consider that the views will be disrupted or harmed as a result of the proposal. And then I guess in terms of the refusal, it would, I guess in terms of built form, it would introduce built form into the Greenbelt, but it just happens to be that the use that it's supporting is an acceptable use. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. And you did cover off the amendment sheet, didn't you, at the start? Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, nodding. Okay, good. Thank you. So speakers then. So Lorraine, you're first. You here? Yeah. Okay, you're speaking. Sorry, mate, I forgot. Questions of clarification first, then we do speakers. I should be knowing that by now. Sorry. Questions of clarification, members. So remember, let's not get into too much debate at this point. It should just be quick, snappy questions for clarification debate, because I want to hear the speakers, obviously. So any questions for clarification? Yes, Councillor Griffin.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I didn't see, maybe I missed it, I didn't see a before and after kind of overview slide comparing the two.
We had the picture from a distance, didn't we? But anyway.
Yeah, but I wanted to see sort of a map of, from above, kind of a Google Maps kind of view of the site.
You got
current.
anything, Amy, on that?
I don't, but I do have what was previously before in terms of elevations.
Maybe you could show me the slide that has the courts laid out on it then? Because I have Google Maps open here, so I can, okay. So what I'm having trouble is locating where that is in the site.
So as you cycle, walk or drive down the road towards the pavilion, you go down on the
Yeah.
side of the site, go down, turn left, come to the pavilion. It's just the far side of the pavilion on that side.
That doesn't help.
No, okay, sorry. Amy, can you help?
Oh, it's
Yeah, so
there.
on my screen here, you can see, for
Oh,
example,
I
that
see.
would be the extent of the red line, and it's this square at the bottom here, where I've got the neighbouring block plan beside.
Okay, this is the slide that I somehow missed.
It is.
And now I get a better idea of where we're looking at. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Leave that slide up a minute. So is that you fully understanding, Councillor Griffin? Okay, yeah, yeah. It was a bit weird because the red line goes round that access road and the bit across the pavilion, then the paddle courts application. But, the whole lot of it is rugby fields and open grass. So that's the way it's presented. I'll ask about that in a minute, perhaps. Okay, right. So Councillor Pora.
I hope these are clarification. Do stop me if they're not, Chair. I've got a few. Could you just confirm, you were talking about the views. The views that are affected, are they from private land or public land? Because obviously that affects the number of people who are looking at them. So yeah, so particularly that bottom one, I suppose.
So the views themselves, view 3 is essentially by the access. Apologies, just look at you while I'm talking. V3 is essentially by the access to the rugby club. So essentially, you could stand by the access and look across. V5, this is public open space. So yes, but it forms kind of the wider rugby club site.
Thank you. I also wanted to check, do we have because obviously I wasn't sitting for the previous one, but it would be really helpful to see how big the canopies were that were rejected in relation to what is coming forward, and also have a slightly more detail, because I'm a little unclear as to where the mesh stops and the glass starts, because obviously that's quite important to the impact on the view, and obviously we had those drawings, but you can't quite see. My impression is the mesh is the bottom half of that, and then does the glass carry right on up to the top of where the poles are, or not?
So
So before you go on a minute, Amy, so just to be clear, there was an application in 24 that was withdrawn, an application in 25, which is the one that Councillor Pora is referring to, which was refused by this committee. So that's the one that you're now going to show some images from. Yep, go on then.
So I'll address the materials first. So in terms of this, it is difficult to see. I do appreciate that. So the glass is kind of this element here. So you can kind of see it there, and then you've got mesh towards the top, essentially.
Oh, so it's actually mostly glass with only mesh in the little bit that looks like a ladder.
From what I understand, yes.
I'm looking over it. Don't know if anyone... because for me that's quite important. Obviously if it's all mesh that would be more concerning, but if it's all glass that's better.
1 moment, I'm just going to get the...
You both got your microphones on, so someone needs to turn it off, yeah?
I had some other questions about things like public access and noise, but would you prefer me to put those in the debate so we can ask the environmental health officer?
Sort of would, because I want to
Yeah,
hear the
that's fine.
speakers.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I feel if we get chatting too long before we get to the speakers,
Exactly.
it's
I'm
not the right
happy to wait for my
proportion.
other ones, if we could
Thank
just
you
have
very
that
much, Councillor.
before and after shot at some point of the canopies
Councillor
later.
Howard, do you want to ask?
Yeah, just some technical points. So in the view on page 8 of the plans pack, there's a section looking from the east, which sort of makes it look, I mean, I know it's a section, but someone looking at this from afresh could think that that means the padel courts are behind the rugby club from Fulbrook Road, but just confirming there is a direct line of sight in air and view from Fulbrook Road to these proposed courts.
Okay, Amy, do you want to do that?
Yep, sorry, 1 minute. I'm just going to get the slide in front. So is it this elevation? Yep. So the paddle courts themselves are located essentially kind of behind but also adjacent to the building mass of the rugby club themselves. So it's Fulbrook Road is kind of to the front of the site. What I'll do is I'll go back to the location plan. So you can see here, this is the scale and massing of those rugby club buildings here. This is the kind of newly permitted gym area, and the courts are located here. So Fulbrook Road is here, where my cursor is here. So it would essentially kind of be, I guess, if you were to stand here on the closest road would be, I guess, Grantchester Road here. We've got Fulbrook Road kind of, I don't want to say adjacent to, but to the front of the courts, essentially.
I suppose my point is there is no building in the way to protect from sound or view or lights between the courts and that residential street.
Yeah. So that is what there is no buildings here between these structures. I believe the closest house is roughly 180 to 200 metres away. Just a point of clarification there.
Is that all clear, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. And the other one, this might just be being ignorant, but on the amendment
For a
sheet-
stupid question, just carry on. Never a stupid question.
on the amendment sheet, at the bottom of the
It's good to
table,
ask a question. Don't worry about it.
the amendment sheet at the bottom of the table, there's a row called decision. So just checking that means recommendation.
Should, I
should-
don't
it
know
should
where you-
say recommendation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's correct. We make the decision because we're decision makers, because it's come to committee. Right, can't see any more hands up. I've got one quick one. So on the slide that was demand, Amy, percentage demand, percentages are notoriously difficult to understand, and I didn't particularly understand that chart. So what does that mean? Does that mean that there's 8% demand for paddle court? Well, what does it mean? You explain.
So essentially, I will try to explain the best I can because it's from the recreation and sports team. They are weighing up the kind of demand for tennis, and I guess the emerging demand for paddles. It is a new sport. This is also taking into consideration kind of it's part of a wider assessment of other kind of courts in the area as well as kind of pitches. So I can only kind of say that this would weigh into that of wider sports provision across the kind of area. Hello? Oh, there we go. So essentially, the statistics, as I said, kind of show that there is at present, as of 2021, there was an under provision of 10. We've seen courts come forward in terms of planning applications, but just because we've seen them come forward, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have been necessarily secured yet. So we are seeing an influx of courts in terms of provision, but there's still this unmet need within the district for courts.
Right, I'm going to interpret what I think you mean by that. And I appreciate that this isn't your chart, this is somebody else's, so you're doing your best as well. But I can understand the Cambridge and the residents columns, but tennis and paddle, so 20 and 8%. So the other 72%, I presume, is other sports. Is that correct?
That would be what I would interpret it as.
And I think you did say this in your presentation, but in terms of the number of paddle courts column, that means that's the number of paddle courts that are needed in the city to meet demand as estimated now and in the future, is that right?
Yes, so in order to meet that demand, under the paddle demand, where the number of residents have said, for example, in 2021, 1,982 people have said they would like paddles, or there is a need for paddle courts, that's then weighed up in terms of comparing it with tennis demand, being that they're very similar court provisions and court sizes, that 10 courts would be needed in order to meet that demand. And then that's kind of put in for the rest, saying, 12, 13 for the following kind of years.
Yeah, okay. So the reason I'm asking members is because, as I understand it, this is a planning matter. The demand for something is something that we look at as a thing when we look at an item in committee like this. Is that correct, Amy?
So need for things is a planning kind of consideration, but that's not to say that there isn't planning consideration, that the rest shouldn't be taken into consideration. It's a balance to be had, but it does weigh in.
Okay, that's me done then. Thank you very much. Speakers, so apologise about the earlier mistake by me. So now we've done questions, clarification, and we'll have the speakers, and then we'll go to general debate. So Lorraine, not Lorraine, did you say your name is Andrew? Andrew. So is Lorraine here at all, or anyone else? She is, but I've got two speakers here, so are you going to go in different order, are you? Well, that's okay, that's fine.
That's no problem. We'll just leave you to
We'll
use
make
the 6
anyway.
minutes as you wish.
Yeah, so, no, just at the back there, well, it doesn't really matter too much, but it says public speaker, look. If you both want to sit down, then you're both ready to go. And you've got 6 minutes between you as you want to divvy it up. And, yeah, you have to press the button on the right-hand side, and it'll light up
Perfect.
red, that's it. And then when you finish, we'll stop the clock, I presume we're going first. And then Lorraine can do whatever's left to the end of the 6 minutes. And just before the end of the 6 minutes, we'll do a 30-second to let you know you're coming to the end. Is that all clear? Okay. When you're ready then, Andrew.
Good morning. I speak for South Newham Neighbourhood Forum, who are a statutory consultee and who object to this planning application. The Forum supports sporting activities and clubs which certainly contribute towards health and well-being. But we don't believe that this should be at the cost of the site's greenbelt location and local setting, or the residential amenity of the rugby club's neighbours on Fulbrook Road. As we've heard, the application is for 5 paddle courts enclosed by metal posts infilled with clear toughened glass and mesh metal panels, floodlights and an adjacent 220 square metre roof covering the social area and clubhouse. What we haven't heard is that the whole would operate 15 hours a day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m, 7 days a week, and be floodlit at night. And we think those are real material considerations. The Forum has 3 principal objections. Firstly, the site is greenbelt and a protected open space on the Cambridge Policies Map 2018 and is adjacent to the residential housing of Fulbrook Road. Significant land was taken out of the Cambridge Greenbelt in 2006, increasing the value of Greenbelt remaining in the 2018 local plan. As the 2018 local plan states, less Greenbelt land remains to perform the unique roles played by the Cambridge Greenbelt, which is described in the plan as a critical environmental asset for Cambridge. The 2018 local plan also states growth should be targeted towards sustainable and less landscape-sensitive locations. We do not believe that this paddle court development, with its metal posts, metal panels, floodlights, 220 square metre roof and clubhouse, is appropriate in a greenbelt location or justifies the very special circumstances required for new developments in the greenbelt under Local Plan Policy 4, Cambridge Greenbelt, and the NPPF Chapter 13, Protecting Greenbelt Land. Secondly, we do not believe that the layout, scale and form of the development, with its metal posts, metal panels, floodlights, the 220 square metre roof and clubhouse, would demonstrate a positive impact on the character and setting of the site. Further, this built form would have an adverse visual impact, would destroy the openness of the area, and as we've heard, it can be visually seen from the public realm and from Fullbrook Road, and fail to conserve and enhance the existing views. The need to demonstrate a positive impact on the character and setting of the site and to conserve and enhance existing views are all requirements under Neighbourhood Plan Policy 11C, Protecting Local Character, Policy 15, Conserving and Enhancing Existing Views, and Local Plan Policy 55C, Responding to Context. Our third objection is on the grounds of the adverse impact on residents' residential amenity. Residents do not object to the rugby club's traditional match and training activities, but have found the noise from rugby club music events over the last 3 years excessive and have complained to environmental health. Add to this the well-documented noise disturbance from paddle courts and have them operating 15 hours a day, 7 days a week and floodlit at night, and the impact on the residential amenity of the rugby club's neighbours will be unacceptable. Fullbrook Road residents have a right to their amenity and quality of life being protected, which are requirements under Neighbourhood Plan Policy 12, Protecting Residential Amenity, and Local Plan Policy 35, Protection of Human Health and Quality of Life from Noise and Vibration. As authors of the Neighbourhood Plan and its policies, and in support of the residents of Fullbrook Road, we ask that the planning application be turned down. Thank you.
Right, if you want to carry on then, Lorraine.
Thank you. I'm here to represent the residents, not just the 17 who wrote in and formally objected, but many more who are also concerned about the negative impact of the paddle courts and the clubhouse, which, just for clarification, comes out at right angles from the existing clubhouse and goes right the way across the width of the main pitch. So it's very central to the fields as you look at it. I believe my colleague Councillor Hugh here will also show you an image of exactly what we propose that's going to look like. And it isn't like the pictures that you've seen so far. It's much, much more visually impactful. Initially, we supported the rugby club, but over the last 3 years, relationships have become strained because of the club's determination to develop their site at the expense of the amenity of local residents. We've had things like music festivals, live DJ, early morning walkouts booming out at 6 o'clock in the morning, and now the club wants to put in paddle courts also. We're also very concerned that if they get this application, they will then apply for covering because they have already put in a number of structures which do not have planning permission. So I would ask, please, that you protect the green belt and reject this application. Sorry, one last point. There are already 4 courts at Orchard Park, several also being designated by the University West site and the Biocampus site.
Right, thank you very much, Lorraine and Andrew. Next speaker is Mark, who's the agent. Do you hear Mark? Hello. So you've got 6 minutes to speak, Mark. Like I said, just press the button on the right-hand side, it'll light it, that's it.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the additional time afforded to me, which I will use to explain why I support this proposal and why I hope you will grant planning permission. Before I do so, I've been advised that the southern viewpoint in the neighbourhood plan is on land within the rugby club's ownership, not on public land. So I'll just clarify that point first. The proposed development comprises the construction of a publicly accessible, uncovered, floodlit paddle tennis facility at the site, which will help this council meet a number of its objectives. It will support Cambridge residents in having access to affordable, additional sport, which in turn will improve their mental and physical health and well-being. It will deliver a facility for which there is an agreed local need, with the LTA, Sport England and the council's Recreation Development Department all supporting the proposal. The development will create new jobs for local residents through on-site management and coaching roles. It will expand and enhance the city's economy through both the construction and operational phases, and the delivery of paddle tennis facility at the site will support Cambridge Rugby Club, making it more sustainable in the long term. As members will be aware, this is a revised application, with the council having refused permission for a 5-court facility last year on the basis that the proposed canopy would have harmed the greenbelt and protected open space. Following that refusal, the applicant engaged with officers and discussed the submission of this revised application without a canopy, and we are very pleased that the recommendation is that planning permission should be granted. The application site is in the greenbelt, and as such it is necessary to determine whether the proposal constitutes inappropriate development. As your officers have advised, paragraph 154B of the NPPF is relevant here and sets out that the provision of appropriate facilities for outdoor sport in the greenbelt is not inappropriate so long as the development preserves openness and does not conflict with the purposes of the greenbelt. In considering this matter, it's relevant to note that there are an increasing number of planning approvals for paddle tennis developments in the greenbelt across the country, including some covered facilities which have been approved on the basis that they would not be inappropriate. In this case, the previously proposed canopy has been removed, and thus the development is unequivocally for outdoor sport. The sides of the courts are constructed from glass and small panels of metal mesh. They are therefore transparent and will have a negligible visual and spatial impact, particularly when viewed in the context of the lawful buildings and structures already at the site. As a result, greenbelt openness is preserved, and in this case, and the first test at paragraph 154B of the NPPF is passed. The greenbelt serves 5 purposes, none of which could be materially conflicted by the proposed development of a modest uncovered paddle tennis facility at the site. As such, the second test at paragraph 154B is also passed. The result, therefore, is that in accordance with the NPPF, the proposed development is not inappropriate development in the greenbelt. My client's application undertakes an assessment of the development's impact on the protected open space, with photo montages provided to show the proposed visual impact from viewpoints around the site. This evidence shows that the development will not cause any harm to the character of the area, but will diversify sports and recreational use, and as such is supported by the local plan. And we are pleased to note that this point has been agreed by your landscape and planning officers. As a result, this council's previous reasons for refusal have been successfully addressed and overcome in this case. We recognise that as well as considerable support, there is local opposition to the proposed development, and given the additional time available, I wish to respond to some of the points which have been made. My client's application is supported by a number of technical reports which show that the development will not give rise to any harm to highway safety or neighbour amenity, and I am pleased that those conclusions have been endorsed by your technical officers. Given neighbour objections, it is particularly important to note that your environmental health officer has again raised no objection to the development's impact on neighbours in relation to noise or light. In considering this issue, it is notable that the facility will be positioned approximately 150 metres away from the nearest residential boundary at its closest point. In case, like me, you find it helpful to have some context here, Market Square is approximately 75 metres long, and the straight line distance from the entrance to this building to the next shop on Sydney Street is around 150 metres. The separation between the proposed courts and the closest neighbouring house is even greater, at approximately 180 metres. Between the proposed courts and the neighbours is the floodlit rugby pitch and spectator stand, the car park, the access road, boundary trees and fences. Therefore, not only is there substantial physical separation, but there are also intervening features which will ensure the development will not have any material impact on the amenity of neighbours. My client's proposal is for an affordable, publicly accessible facility which can be used by any Cambridge resident irrespective of ability, on a pay-and-play basis or with membership. The development will give rise to a range of important planning benefits. It is not inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. It will not cause any harm to the protected open space, and it will not cause any harm to neighbour amenity. The application is therefore fully compliant with both the government's objectives as detailed in the NPPF and the council's objectives as detailed in the local plan. I would ask therefore that you support my client's proposal and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. Councillor Clough, you're next. Are you ready?
Thank you. I'm speaking as a Newnham Ward councillor on behalf of residents who have objected to this planning application I'm also an impacted resident as I live on the south side of Fulbrook Road. Unpermissioned structures. It is not possible to make a fair judgment on this application without understanding about the structures which have accumulated on the site without permission and are currently the subject of a compliance case mentioned in the report. The location of these structures is shown with arrows numbered 1 to 5 on the Google Maps screenshot, which is before you at the moment. Location...
Hang on a minute, hang on, Councillor, I didn't know we were going to show this. So is this in the public domain? It is, right, okay, fine. Okay, carry on, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. Location 1, with the arrows, porter cabins and sheds. These are now illustrated by figures. Well, I shall go through the locations first. Location 2, there's a shipping container. Location 3, there's a 3-story viewing tower plus shed. And there's, for location 4, there's an LNX electronic display screen. And location 5, there's a shipping container. So if, Amy, you could now show some of these items. So figures 3 and 4, if you could show me. So there's a collection of porter cabins very close up. Figure 4 shows them a further distance from the southeast side of the site. You show figures, both in figure 5. On figure 5, this is from the north, from the car park. You see, first of all, on the left, in the middle of the picture, there's a shipping container that's been located there. And then there's a 3-story viewing tower with associated sheds. We move on to image 6, figure 6. There is a large LNX screen which has appeared this summer. And then if you go around to figures 7, 8, and 9, you'll see a red painted bar which sits just to the north of the club house. On number 8, you can see the long marquee, and figure 9 shows another aspect of the marquee. These structures do not appear on the existing and proposed site layout or the existing block plan submitted by the applicant. As mentioned by the agent, this latest application is very similar to the previous application, apart from the removal of the canopies over the 3 courts. Paragraphs 9.7 and 9.8 of the officer report explains that this means the courts are now to be regarded as outdoor sport, which is allowed, as we've heard, in criteria B of para 154 of the NPPF, as long as the facilities preserve the openness of the green belt. The assessment at para 9.9 claims that the proposal allows the views across the green belt to be maintained to an acceptable degree. It is clear that even with the removal of the canopies from the proposal, the glass and steel mesh enclosures, associated club hut and lighting canopies will not preserve the openness of the green belt. Right, residence visualization. Could I have a look at figure 2? Could we have a look at figure 2? Right, a copy of the visualization prepared by residents from the car park to the north of the main pitch has been provided and shows clearly the impact that the paddle courts would create in creating a sense of enclosure on the site, including a noticeable and cluttered form of development extending onto the field. Their siting is at odds with the linear form of the buildings already on the site, jutting into and between the rugby pitches. Significant visual and spatial harm to the green belt would arise. The planning authority must give substantial weight to any harm to the green belt. Very special circumstances are required to overcome this, and that does not apply in this case. Incremental impact. It is simply a fact that the unpermissioned structures are already having a significant impact on the site and the openness of the green belt at this location. While the canopies may have been removed, the paddle courts represent an unacceptable level of incremental impact. Paragraph 9.9 of the officer's report fails to consider this point and is silent on how these unpermissioned structures impact on openness. It is only equitable that these structures should be brought into account in assessing this application. In terms of protected open space, as we've heard, it is covered by Local Plan Policy 67. The section in this report is identical to the paragraph in the previous officer's report, which concluded that it would do harm to the protected open space. There's no explanation as to why just the removal of the plantings now makes this development accepted, and policy 67 does not apply. In terms of design, layout, scale and landscaping, the proposed paddle courts, even without the canopies, will have a significant visual impact on the appearance of the location, as seen against the rugby club buildings. The glass, steel and mesh enclosures and light structures will be highly visible and enclose all of the south side of the current pitch. Read with the unpermissioned structures, there is a sense of enclosure and dominance around the main pitch, which would challenge the overall length and feel of the club site from a single club stand into a major sports infrastructure location. The club has always been a town rugby club, and such a change is against the policies on responding to context and character-led development. SNP 11 requires, where there is a prevailing building line and setback distances, proposals should maintain these. And at point B, proposals should sensitively respond to prevailing building heights and to those to the front and rear of the development site. Paddle courts built out across the field in this form would directly go against these two elements of SNP 11. SNP 15. The neighbourhood plan, pages 68 and 69, has the two views discussed earlier, view 3 and view 5, across the rugby club, which are highly valued by residents and are to be protected. These views are already impacted by the unpermissioned structures on the site. The paddle courts, even without the 3 canopies, would compromise these views. The neighbourhood plan policies were approved by residents in the neighbourhood plan referendum and hold equal weight to those of the local plan and must be fully respected in local planning decisions. At paragraph 12.8, the statement is made, officers consider the proposed courts would not interrupt the openness of these views and would conserve or enhance the landscape. This appears to be an unusual statement and it is in no way clear how 5 paddle courts with a clubhouse obstructing views across the southern end of the main pitch would conserve or enhance the landscape. Chair, with your permission, I have some observations to make on the officer reports that have been produced, if I may.
You can say what you want, yeah.
Okay, right. So, paragraph 13, biodiversity. The ecology officer states that there are numerous features surrounding the site and nearby that are optimal for commuting and foraging. More specifically, immediately to the west of the site are areas of old woodland. It is extremely likely that there are bat foraging routes through this corridor and along the wide hedge tract south of the clubhouse and the hedge on the southern edge of the club field. However, the ecology officer's recommendation that only a light-sensitive scheme is required is not in line with the requirements of the South Newham Neighbourhood Plan. The rugby club site is specifically identified in SNNP1, and the final paragraph of the policy panel on page 26 states, development proposals should avoid the severance of bat flight lines and protect foraging and commuting habitat for Barbastell bats, which may belong to the population protected by the Eversden and Wimpole Woods SAC. In the supporting text of the plan, 7.1.3, development proposals should be accompanied by an assessment that identified their impact on the site and what features of biodiversity identified on map 2. No assessment has been provided. So under SNNP 1, this application should not be approved. And indeed, the assessment will need to take place, made in a proper manner during the whole summer when bat foraging is taking place. Light pollution. SNNP 3 seeks to reduce and maintain low levels of light pollution, and proposals should minimize its impact on wildlife and landscape character, particularly where lighting would extend from residential streets and developments into adjacent open spaces. Light spillage is a threat to bats and other wildlife. On early mornings and late evenings, numerous species of wildlife can be seen in the fields, including rabbits, hares, foxes, and deer, and sometimes bats. The argument previously put forward by Paddle Stars that the light will not cause an impact because the floodlights are on every evening till 10 p.m. is still not true. The floodlights are only on during the 3 training evenings in winter and are switched off when evening practice is over. Most of the time, after dusk, the field is dark. This is not a matter that can be addressed through a planning permission as proposed by the officer. establishing that the lighting conditions on the site can meet the requirement to protect foraging bats is a prerequisite for approval. Highway safety and transport impacts. The transport statement has a number of significant emissions which haven't been picked up by the report or indeed the highways officer. At 4.1 of the report, it states, existing site composes open green space within Cambridge Rugby Club and Football Club, and therefore no trip generation for the existing use has been undertaken. It simply means that the authors have no understanding of the existing traffic flows on and off the site. Apart from match days, there are evening training sessions. Sunday mornings are particularly busy for youth rugby. The club is rented out for conference meetings on weekday mornings. There are weeks when the whole of the site is filled with film crews, trailers, buses, moving actors and extras to and from the location. There is even a DPD pickup point that has been installed behind the matchday tickets shed. Moreover, there is no mention of the GCP Haslingfield, which is to run along the eastern edge of the site, with the greenway emerging onto the roadway at the entrance to the rugby club. It is difficult to understand how this piece of major transport infrastructure has been missed by the authors of the transport report, and indeed the Highways Authority. There is also a serious problem of speeding by traffic travelling north along the rugby club entrance towards Fulbrook Road, where several misses have been reported. Parents of young children regularly express concern to me about safety at this junction. This is not mentioned or addressed in the transport statement. There are clear material deficiencies in the transport statement, and the Highways Authority assessment is inadequate. Residential amenity. The noise assessment report produced by Noise Solutions Limited has a number of limitations. The baseline 24-hour recording was carried out from a unit at least 3 metres up a lamppost on Fulbrook Road. This will have picked up the sound of cars passing along the road. It shows at page 13 of the report the daytime peak frequencies LA max between 57 and 86, which are very high numbers. The assessment should have been carried out either in the garden or the rear boundary with no more than 1.2 metres from the ground. This would have been a representative of enjoying a quiet summer afternoon in the garden. No attempt has been made in the report to take account of the impact of wind. Residents are only too aware of the fluctuations of noise from the music events on the day, when even just a steady breeze. Everyone has been reading about the stories of residents battling noise from pallet courts, know that it is crack of the racket impact which causes distress and irritation to residents, i.e. the fluctuation of high frequencies. The table at 17.4 of the officer report, end column LA max, shows this is from the report of the sound specialist report, shows a combined prediction of 35 to 59 decibels in the garden. 59 dB is a substantial sound level. Finally, I'll just make a final point, which is to do with the issue of need for paddle courts. Just to clarify, there are existing 9 paddle courts available, 2 at the University Sports Centre, 3 at David Lloyd, and the Orchard Park Community Centre 4. And those going to the University Sports Centre also understand that the 3 covered courts are being planned there, and there's rumoured to be 2 planned for the biomedical campus. The University Sports Centre, Orchard Park, and David Lloyd are far more central and accessible than the rugby club, and clearly a facility on the biomedical campus will be would be near to a major employment centre. So finally, I would like to confirm that planning committee members have received the email yesterday afternoon from Councillor Glasberg, which actually puts this all in context. She repeats in her email the conclusions from the previous report, 19.1, which show that very little has changed in this, which were the grounds for refusal, and very little has changed. She also sets out a comprehensive analysis of the planning balance, which she believes to be completely incorrect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor. There's a lot there. Right. So that email from Councillor Glasberg, you've all had a chance to read it. If you haven't, I can have a little stop now if you want, and you can read through it. Hands up if you want to read it now. No? Okay, good. In that case, let's get on with, thank you very much. You turn your microphone off, please, Councillor, thank you. Let's get on with debate then. Okay, I'll go first. So, thing I didn't quite get, you said, I think, Amy, there's a pagoda now, but not a canopy, as in the previous refuse scheme. So, how do they differ? Any more questions for, Councillor Illingworth?
Yes, I just wanted to get clarification on the unplanned structures that were mentioned in the previous speaker's comments.
That's a good point, actually. There were various points, weren't there? I'm trying to note it all down. So let's get you to speak first. I'll pick up anything in a minute. So anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Pora.
But just to see the previous one, as you've suggested, because I think that will inform the debate, as in what was rejected last time versus how it relates to that.
All right. Let me just go through my notes then. I'll see if I can pick everything up, Amy, before you speak. So there was a point about it's going to be 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening from one of the speakers, and floodlit, and it was in Greenbelt. We don't have debate while we're doing it, because we do the debate because we're the decision makers. So we'll get clarification. Don't worry. So there was also a point about the rugby club music things going on for 3 years. So we've had this before in committee, so I understand that previous performance is of interest to us in terms of planning matters of applicants. So do you know anything about that, about enforcement or anything? There was also a point from one of the speakers about it's not like the pictures, which I've picked up before, because our eyes compensate when we look at things. So when you look at a picture of something with things in the far distance, you can't see anything hardly. It doesn't look like anything's changed. But there is a point there, I think, that you might want to comment on, maybe, Amy. Also, one of the speakers said one of the viewpoints wasn't in the public domain, on public land, it was on private land. So you might want to pick that up if you can. There was also a comparison between the site, the development site, and the market in town. And I didn't know if you or your expert in environmental health might want to comment on that, because it seems to me they're slightly rather different places in terms of their environments. Also, there was a comment about structures without permission, which I alluded to earlier. So that's a point. And are they without permission? Are they structures? Do they count as structures? Do all of them count? And is there enforcement going on them or something else there? Screen, port cabins, permission, enforcement. Oh, and bats. So did you want to go over the bats thing? That was talked about quite a lot by Councillor Clough. We don't have a bat survey, I don't think, do we? No. So there were other points about light pollution, trip generation, GCP scheme to come in the future. There was a bit about different things potentially in the future, which you might want to comment on in terms of how that affects or doesn't affect this application. I think that's all the points I picked up, but we can always go over anything else. So back to you, Amy. Do your best.
Thank you, Chair. So what I've done is I have added some slides in just to show the differences. So this was what's in front of members today. So in terms of the pergola, it's this black structure here, which will be over the seating area to the rear, as well as the club hut. So we can see that we've got the 5 paddle courts and there's no domed structures. So if I go into my next slide, this was the previous scheme. So we can see there was still 5 paddle courts being proposed, but 3 of them were covered. So it was, because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we've got the 3 domes here. So 2 of them weren't, 3 of them were, but the pergola was still in the previous one, as well as the club hut and seating area. So essentially, in terms of what's different this time round, is that we see the removal of the canopies, essentially, because under the previous assessment, there was concerns about the visual harm of the canopies. These have been removed, so that element has been removed. Just to, for kind of completeness as well. So that's what's in front of members today, being the proposed court sections. And then that was what was there previously. So again, you see these dome stretch covers across 3 of the courts, with 2 of them remaining open. So that is essentially how they differ. So the location is still the same, it's the canopy covers that have been removed. In terms of clarification on unplanned structures, so I did check with enforcement, and there is a live case with that at the moment, where those structures are being investigated. So I can't comment on the proceedings of that right now, but they are in hand and they are being investigated currently.
Just before you go on, is that pertinent to our debate today or not?
No, because it's a live case and needs to have its own.
So just to be clear then, everyone got that? Yeah, not pertinent? Okay, thank you.
So in terms of the floodlighting, I do understand that we heard 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It is actually 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that would be the operational hours. So it is 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. would be when these courts can be used. In terms of the floodlighting, that is where condition 9 and 10 changed. So condition 10 did restrict the hours of floodlighting to be used between, I think it was 7 a.m. till, I believe it was kind of 8 p.m., but then within various times of the year. When I spoke with the applicant, there was concerns about the viability and how long they can actually use that in terms of actual daylight hours. So what officers have kind of proposed to do instead was to amalgamate condition 10 and condition 9 to allow for those details of the floodlights to come forward, and then assess kind of them to put forward the operational hours through that condition to make sure there's no harm to foraging bats. So that is essentially what we're doing through condition 9, is that we've amalgamated the times of use as well as establishing no harm. Ecology officers did not raise floodlighting as an issue. They did suggest a lighting scheme. However, I went back to ecology officers and asked if there was a way to expand it just to make sure that the bats were covered in light of the Newnham neighbourhood plan and kind of the concerns that were raised. So ecology officers are supportive of the wording of the condition and believe that that's an appropriate method of ensuring that bats are protected against.
So before you go on, that's not quite clear. So they're going to be used from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Are you saying we don't know how long they're going to be lit for?
So the applicant wants them to be done from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. However, where there is certain times during the summer where there is breeding bats, there was some concern regarding that season and how those floodlights can impact that. So what we've done is we've secured it via a condition to assess how that could potentially be impacted as deemed to be acceptable by our ecology officers presently. I think as well it's worth noting that there are floodlights on the site already, so we have to take that into consideration where, although there would be additional, there is a way that we can secure and mitigate how these floodlights are operated through this condition in an area where there is existing floodlights. Sorry. The rugby club music, again, I have been kind of made aware of this, but it's not something that kind of falls within the scope of this application today. It is something that if there are concerns, it can be raised with kind of enforcement and if deemed necessary, but it's not something that it kind of falls within the scope of this application because I'm not kind of able to comment on it right now.
But when you get your chappie on environmental health to speak, will that person have any knowledge of this when they speak about light and noise?
So they'll be able to comment on the noise related to the application today and kind of comment on how the paddle courts and the use of the paddle courts will could potentially impact neighbouring properties if there is impact there. But I wouldn't be too sure to say that they could comment on the music. Again, sorry. In terms of not like the pictures in terms of visuals being proposed. So as members are aware, officers can only assess what's in front of them. So when we receive plans and visuals, that's why we approve plans and not necessarily visuals, because plans are measurable, you can measure plans, you can see where plans are being implemented, while visuals are just used for illustrative purposes. So while it's helpful to have those visuals, they're not a permitted document as part of any kind of planning application. So, you know, and the same way that a visual has been provided by kind of residents and councillors, that is something that has been kind of uploaded to the file and is available to view. It's just, yeah, it's one of those things where we have to kind of assess what we have in front of us. And it's, yeah, what in terms of interpretation, it is kind of out of kind of officers' hands in that sense. Views on private land. So I think if I go back to the visuals plan, or the views plan rather, let me just find it. There we go. So it is for visual kind of 3 and 5. I was kind of unaware that it was on kind of private land, but I guess where it's located on the plan, without having the boundaries in front of me, it's not something that I can necessarily say for sure if it is or if it isn't. I guess in terms of where you stand, if you were to stand by this access and look this way, that you could potentially see it. It's again, I'd have to kind of look at kind of land ownership in order to confirm where that is. So comparison. So in terms of the comparison versus the site versus Market Square, I mean, I guess it's hard to compare the two, as one is kind of paddle courts and one is the Market Square. I mean, without kind of comparison of noise assessments, it would be hard to compare the two. I think it was mainly referring to the size of the courts rather than the noise levels. So it would be something where I guess our noise consultant could, or not noise consultant, noise officer rather, could confirm about noise levels of the proposal, but nothing to do with market because we don't have that information. The bat survey and lighting condition I covered in my previous response to that. Trip generation. So yes, the transport statement does not have baseline, so it doesn't include kind of what's going on at the moment. However, the 42 worst case scenario movements were reviewed by myself and kind of managers and on the planning balance of it all. It's quite a small increase in vehicle movements of a worst case scenario. It should be noted as well that highways don't have an objection in terms of those movements prejudicing the operation of the local highways either. And that's all for now. I can, if you have questions of noise, we have got 2 noise EHO officers on the call.
But that's very useful. Thank you very much, Amy. Michael, you want to say something?
Yeah, it's just a very quick point on the distance across the Market Square. I think the point being raised was that trying to compare the visual distance of where we are now across to the Market Square compared to the distances between the house and the proposal. I think that's the point the agent was trying to illustrate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Michael. Okay, thanks again, Amy. So, Councillor Power.
Got quite a few questions. So, for me, the issue I think is probably that previously it was enclosed, therefore it was development on the Greenbelt. And the applicant is now saying it's not enclosed, therefore that reason falls away. So I was just looking up the reasons for refusal, which I think Councillor Glasberg included, so I assume they're the correct ones, they seem correct to me. So I suppose the question for me is, have they overcome the reasons for refusal, which did relate to the canopy at the top, but it also related to the sides. So I'd be interested in the officer going through those. So some of the questions I have, I think particularly to the environmental health officer, there's been a lot of coverage nationally about paddle courts and the thwack sort of repetitive noise, but actually the houses nearby are a long way away to a certain extent. I mean, they're not gardens butting up against these courts, there's a considerable distance. So I'd really like to hear from the environmental officer, if the case officer is happy, about the impact of that noise. I'm probably less concerned about the lighting because I think the new condition, particularly if they are in the bat mating, foraging season, whatever it was, are able to say, well, they can only be switched on till 7 o'clock at night. And if you're confident that condition allows that, my worries about the lighting are reduced, but the noise is the issue for me. Not just for the people in the rugby club. I mean, it's a sports centre, you'd expect it. my feeling is that they're far enough away on Fulbrook Road that they won't be affected, but I'd really like to hear that, because it is different to having a constant noise, and we've talked about this endlessly about refrigerating, as opposed to a kind of like erratic hitting back and forward. So the live compliance case, I appreciate you can't speak about it, but some of the visuals included that clutter. So I suppose my question is, because we're saying, look, the site, because the site isn't, I mean, it's a rugby club, it's not meant to be architecturally massively beautiful. We get that, it's a sports field. But I am a little concerned that some of the visualisations made it look cluttered because of the stuff that is currently under compliance. And obviously, if that becomes removed, it might slightly change the balance. I don't know if you might want to comment on that. I am quite disappointed that we're not looking at any BNG on site. I suspect we have no policy requirements to insist on that because the government allows off-siting. But it is a shame. I was thinking, cover the cycle rack with a green roof, for example. And I am disappointed that there's only 6 extra cycle spaces, because the transport issues, of course, people are going to drive if they can't park their bike. But I think probably that's not a reason for refusal, because you've assessed that that is reasonable. But I hope in future that will be considered. We've covered the glass. I am reassured by the amount of glass versus mesh. It's much better than I thought it would be, so I do take your point that it is much less visually intrusive. And I think that covers all my points at the moment. We're pleased to know, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I forgot to mention the BNG myself, biodiversity net gain, and it being suggested, just so everyone understands, it would be off-site, so somewhere else they'd be doing stuff to do with planting trees or something like that, not here, which is where we prefer it to be, on the actual site itself. So it's a shame that's not being proposed here today, but as Councillor Bora says, that is within the rules, basically. And just on, I'm just picking up on what you said, Councillor Bora, before we go back to the speaker, but on the light, I mean, I'm concerned on light as well, to the extent that we've had previous applications where we've had some sort of back survey, seemingly not here, in this particular ward, actually, in Newnham. This is Newnham, isn't it? Yeah. And that's been an issue, so we don't have any of that today. And I'm not, and there's been a lot said so far by people who are not experts, suggesting by what they say that they're experts in terms of speakers, and that's to be treated with care. So, I'm not an expert in light or noise or bats or anything like that, but it's good to know from experts what the effect is. Because you might imagine that because what's been said so far is because there's potentially 3 days three evenings when the lights are on. I think that's been said by a speaker, that increasing, so the sort of then the construction is that by increasing it to 5 or 7 isn't a big deal, but I don't know whether that's a big deal or not. It might be for the bats. I don't know, no idea. So it'd be good to at least get your our mental health officer and whoever else to comment, and you, Amy. So if you can respond to Councillor Bora's questions first.
Yep. So in terms of Greenbelt policy, yes, so there was concerns regarding Greenbelt before. When you kind of look at the wording of paragraph 154 of the NPPF, specifically point B, yeah, it does allow kind of outdoor sport and recreation. So when we looked at the paddle courts before and they had those enclosures, it was the debate of they are indoor, technically with the covers. So we kind of said, and in combination with the visual harm as well, and that was not the sole reason for refusal, the element of removing those has essentially overcome that, where they are considered outdoor recreation facilities. Where there is an exception for this type of use in the Greenbelt, it then can't be considered harmful to openness because it is accepted as a use. So in terms of Greenbelt harm, officers do not consider, given that it's an acceptable use in the Greenbelt, that there would be harm to the openness. So essentially that is kind of where we are with the Greenbelt policy. I think in terms of the materials of the walls being transparent as well, it kind of helps with that. If they were kind of more solid in their nature and you couldn't see through them, I think that would be more of a kind of potential harm. But again, it kind of leads back to that main principle of it's an acceptable use in the greenbelt. The EHO officer, so in terms of, so did you want me to touch upon light at all, or because I think it was mainly noise? I can do that now before going to the EHO officer. So I guess in terms of light, when reviewing the condition again, I went back to our ecology officers who aren't on the call today, and kind of discussed when breeding bats are more active and when there are these seasons, and that is why this condition has been fleshed out, to allow for kind of that mitigation to be secured. There is as well, again, it wasn't raised by the ecology officer, it was something where I kind of went back just to make sure, and that's where we then kind of will look to agreeing these uses, whether that's something where you can use them for the full time during the months outside, or limited time during when there are breeding bat seasons. That is something that the condition will have to explore, and the applicant will have to demonstrate that they can mitigate against that. And when I spoke about this with the ecology officer, who is the specialist in their field, they were happy with that approach. I guess in the absence of kind of them bat surveys. In terms of the EHO officers, I believe we've got. Did you want to? I can invite. I mean, they're
Yeah,
here,
definitely. Yeah, but just before you do that, can I just check that what you just said then? That so the idea of limiting the applicant's use of the site for paddle court use because of suggested breeding bats, is that a reasonable condition? I'm presuming it is, if that's what you're saying.
The condition allows for, so I believe it's the conditional, condition 9, the last bit of it says about how the applicant will have to demonstrate the arc lights, the kind of level of the lighting, where they're going to be kind of set up, and also, again, I guess, reflective in the hours of use. So it feeds as part of the wider condition where there's mitigation and where those extended hours should be allowed for that mitigation, or it should be allowed for because of that mitigation. So it's kind of an all-encompassing condition to allow for that. I mean, ideally, as the applicant has said in terms of viability, that would be something that they want that all year round in terms of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. But it's something where the condition will make sure that the lights are suitable for bats, and I guess in that amenity to make sure that that year use is fine. I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's
confirm
fine.
anything.
Just environmental health officer, Helen. Yeah.
Sorry, Greg or Adam, if you have any kind of comments on questions raised by members. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, just to say that our view is
Get
that
your picture on screen, Adam, and sort of take the planning balance thing off. That'll be useful. Thanks. So we can see you when you talk. Thanks. Thank you.
yeah, I was just going to say that I think our view is that 150 meters is adequate distance for these courts. And it's not just distance, it's also distance combined with the fact that the noise will transmit over sound absorbent ground as well, which will also help. But we've said since the outset that we believe this will be low noise impact.
And the lights, is anything about the light, perhaps?
In terms of the lighting, we would generally look to control through condition, but we would only look at the human response and impact, so nearest residential receptors at the facades of their properties, and a distance of 200 meters to the nearest facades. The lighting impact from our perspective would be low and controllable through condition. I would imagine that the requirements of ecology or biodiversity in terms of lighting would be far more stringent than what we would require.
All right, thanks, Adam. Don't go away. So maybe Councillor. Oh, okay. All right, I'll come to Greg in a minute. Let me just ask you a follow-up question there, Adam, in this Councillor Ford. No, she doesn't want to ask a follow-up question. But just in terms of the table given in 17.4, noise, decibels, range, so it gives an average, I think, and a max, and a range given the max as well. So can you give us because decibels are notoriously difficult to understand. So can you just say something about those figures and what that might compare to in normal life so we understand it?
Yeah, the average noise levels are they're measured over a period of time. They're time weighted, time equivalent, and the max levels are the impact type instant peak levels that you might get from something like a car door slamming, and they're more of an instantaneous measurement. And I think what the noise impact assessment shows is that the average noise levels fall roughly below what was measured as part of the background noise survey, and the maximum noise levels are pretty comparable also to what is currently going on in terms of the existing noise climate.
All right, thanks. So I'll go to Greg then, who's got his hand up as well. So Greg, do you want to speak?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Can you hear me yet?
Yes, thanks.
I've had problems with my camera, so I don't think it's going to work. But
right, no
I've been supporting Adam on this and reviewing. You know, often we work together on these projects. Just a few comments. There was reference to music events. I think members wanted clarification. I think we've got to be careful here because I'm delving into planning, but they don't need planning permission for those music events because there's a 28-day rule saying that if there's less than 28 consecutive days, it doesn't need planning permission. So it comes under premises licensing, the Licensing Act, which is a different regime. We have had complaints. That's investigated by a different team, our commercial licensing. But as far as I'm aware, because we do speak together within the service, a statutory nuisance had never been witnessed. There's a premises license and there is noise levels. I understand residents have complained and they have been told they can ask for a review of that license. And it's mainly summer events. But as I say, those are two separate regimes, and whilst they deal with noise, planning is different and the standard is different. I was at the last committee for the last refusal, and the only difference is the canopies have been removed. They weren't a noise mitigating measure because they were open. They were more like for weather protection, rain, if you understand me. But I appreciate that had other planning impacts, such as visual, and I think that's why it was refused. So the report is just the same as it was. These premises are 160 to the gardens, I think, roughly 200 to the facades. And there was mention of Fulbrick Road being not representative, but, you know, it's a quiet street. It's almost like a cul-de-sac. I appreciate it goes down to the bottom, but the entrance to the rugby club, we don't think will be materially different in terms of the background noise levels that have been measured. The predictions, as Adam said, over the half hour are like 29 decibels, which, looking at the backgrounds, you know, the backgrounds don't go below 30, 35 during the day up to night time. They might go down below 30, but, you know, that's the middle of the night. So in our view, it's a very low risk site. As a rule of thumb, as I think I mentioned at the last committee, from 0 to 50 metres is high risk if you have a paddle court, because you got it's the pop or bop of the paddle hitting the ball, because it's totally different to tennis because it's hard bats, hard balls. But they've also considered the maximum levels, and they are below recommended guidance for the daytime. And in our view, it's very low risk, and we agree it's probably at no observed effect level. And my personal view is, you know, it'll be indistinguishable from other LMAXs in the area. We take noise seriously, obviously, because we don't want a future scenario where we get planning concerns and statutory nuisance. So, as you know, Chair, we're very onto these applications. I think that's it. In terms of lighting, as Adam said, we only consider human impact. there is an overlap with bats. And surprisingly, the limits are very similar, but I think Amy's explained ecology are comfortable with that condition, but we're perfectly happy from a human impact point of view. And if you give it, I mentioned the last committee, I have dealt with West Cambridge, the university. They've got 2 paddle courts which opened in October 2024, so that's almost a year and a half. And they're like 120 metres from residential, and we've had no complaints whatsoever. I appreciate every case, but I think it maybe helps illustrate why we're not relaxed, but we're quite confident that there'll be no impact on local immunity from these proposals. So I think that helps, Chair, and I've covered all points raised by members, but me and Anne are happy to clarify if necessary. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Greg. Did you want to add anything to that, Amy? No? Okay, any final questions before we go to the vote? So, Councillor Borough.
Just to come back, I think it might have been Councillor Clough mentioned that he was worried that the monitoring of the sound was too high up or something. I think he said he wanted it to be at person height, so I wondered if Greg or his colleague could comment on whether that is material or are they still satisfied. And the other thing is, there is no condition to limit noise level. I would be more comfortable considering approving this if we had a bit like we do with the lights, a condition that said, if noise levels once built is above X, then we would need to look at something else or come back for a revised planning permission to look at acoustic fencing. It's just unusual given that noise is a concern, though I do take what Greg has just said, that it is quite a long way away. I was surprised not to see a kind of standard environmental health condition that just said, we would expect the noise from this to be not exceeding this amount, or, for example, less noise in the evening. And I wonder if the officer or EH colleagues could comment on why we haven't got that, because that would give, I think, some reassurance if it did need to go to enforcement, because otherwise, as many of us as ward councillors know, it's quite hard to enforce if you don't have a level that you're basing it on. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Yeah, Councillor Howard.
Yeah, I appreciate the officer's input here, especially on light and noise. But honestly, I just can't believe that this will have a negligible or not noticeable impact to local residents or wildlife. I mean, it's a pretty dark space at the moment. We know that there are bats in the local vicinity. We know there are residents not too far away. It's been recognised that the noise is a particular kind of noise. It's irregular, it's repetitive. We're talking about late night playing. I feel that the applicant's in a difficult position here because obviously the preference would be to have them fully enclosed, so they're fully lit, and it can be any time of the day, and there's no noise issue. But then obviously there's a much worse impact on visual amenity and development in the space. So at the conclusion of the last time this application or similar application came to the committee was that it's just not really in the right place. We're not saying that there shouldn't be paddle played or this kind of sport played, but it's not in the right place for the city, in my opinion. And I just want to reread the previous rejection. Actually, this was officer planning balance, I believe, 18.2 of the previous application. Substantial weight should be given to any harm to the greenbelt, including harm to its openness. The proposal would constitute an inappropriate development in the greenbelt. The land upon which the proposed site is not greenbelt because it provides a strong contribution to greenbelt purposes A, B, and D as set out in the NPPF paragraph 143. Inappropriate development is by definition harmful to the greenbelt and should not be approved except in very special circumstances. The siting and design of the paddle courts would result in visual and spatial harm to the greenbelt, particularly through the height, location, design of the roofs, but also in relation to the sides of the courts. A visually dominant and cluttered appearance of the site would result from this proposal. This is demonstrated in key views submitted, etc. I don't think any of that is significantly changed, and certainly the lighting and or noise impacts are the same as this when it was previously come to this committee, and therefore the committee should seriously consider repeating the decision that was made before based on very limited material change.
Thanks for that, Councillor. I was anticipating that we would go to the vote quite soon, but there's a few more hands gone up. Councillor Griffin, did you want to have a break? Shall we? Yeah. Okay, we're going on a bit. It's a good debate, but let's have a 5-minute break. Don't discuss the item and come back in whenever the time is 11:45, please. please. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Still on item 5, Cambridge Rugby Union Club, Grantchester Road, in the middle of debate. So just got some questions from Councillor Howard, or points as much as questions. So we'll get to them in a minute with you, Amy, but I'll pick up a couple more councillors first. So I've got Councillor Illingworth, Councillor Todd Jones still to ask questions. So Councillor Illingworth, you want to go first, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can we just go back to the lighting and the bats? I'm not altogether sure what the expanded lighting condition is. Do we have wording for that, or is that to come forward?
I believe it's on the amendment sheet, but I'll leave Amy to clarify. Anything else, or is that it?
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you.
Right, now Councillor Todd Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, just a few comments. I am, I think, a bit disappointed that I think there is a lot of information that's missing, which I think would have been helpful been provided with. Obviously, noise levels, lighting, and in terms of bat and ecology survey, I think all would have been extremely helpful, and I appreciate that's not necessarily what's been asked for in terms of the officers. But my other point too is that notwithstanding the removal of the canopies, it still seems to me that if we look at the report, particularly under the green and grey belt assessment, and figures 1 and 2 in section 9.12, where it talks about that particular parcel of land, NH4, and the high level of harm to the south of the parcel. It does describe the location of the courts, which is, I think, fundamentally what perhaps the nub of the issue here. The courts are located on the border of this parcel of land between harm levels, but more on the side of very high harm. So I think a bit more clarity about that level of harm is helpful, given the sensitive nature of this sort of kind of borderline green belt location.
Right, thanks, Councillor. Okay, I'm going to go back to you then, Amy, but just to say on the previous points, just before we had a little break, there was a question about where the monitoring was taken from. That was Councillor Poor, I think, and was it 1.2 to a previous speaker's comments about, was it from one of the back gardens of the affected houses, or was it from the public domain on the road, which I think it was actually the latter. And then the other thing was perhaps you could give us a bit of guidance, Amy. What we've got is this harm from the previous refused application that was possibly related or was related to the canopies, which are not now there. Is there still harm potentially to the green belt by the structures that are proposed but not having a canopy on? Because I'm not quite clear what I'm supposed to be thinking about that exactly. I've got opinions, but it'd be good to be informed by you as a planning officer. Okay, so I'll leave it up to you to answer the questions then.
Thank you, Chair. I guess in terms of what I'll do first is I'll defer to Adam or Greg just to comment on the height, just so they can clarify what or how that would be interpreted if Greg or Adam is available.
It's like Greg's there, and it was about
Yeah.
where the reading was taken from, and in addition, the site, the height above ground of the noise monitoring device.
Yeah, I'm happy to, if you're okay, Adam. Obviously, Adam can add if he wants. It was monitored in Fulbrick Road, but as I think I said, even in the height of, it's not a busy through road. It's got limited traffic movements. You could argue the actual access to the rugby club would actually be busier, if you understand me. Condition, compliance with the predicted noise levels, which if they were met, which we're quite confident they will be, and they'll probably be even lower, I suppose you could impose it, but obviously Michael and Amy will need to give their view. If we had complaints, then it could give residents the reassurances that, well, if you meet those levels, environmental health said they're fine. If they weren't fine, then I suppose you could consider a noise barrier towards the residents, which obviously may need to subject to different planning application, but we are so confident that this is low risk, and I'll give you the comparison of the Cambridge University Sports Centre, which has only 2 paddle courts, but noise doesn't mean if you have 2 or 4, it's not twice as loud because it's all logarithmic, and you've got to factor in the fact here it's 160 metres away, which we're very, very comfortable with. So I hope that helps in some way. Thank you.
I guess just to add on the back of what Greg has said, I think a condition in this instance for noise would be unreasonable, as it's not been raised by environmental health colleagues. So it would not be reasonable, I guess, to enforce as there's no potential harm. So that's fine. And again, just to clarify from what Greg said, it wouldn't be reasonable to request a kind of noise barrier either, where there's no harm kind of been identified. So that's fine. I guess in terms of what was done previously with the location of the site within the Greenbelt and kind of very special circumstances, the NPPF essentially, as I said before, under paragraph 154, and it's been expanded on in my report as well, under the Greenbelt assessment, it allows for outdoor recreation. So very special circumstances aren't required in that instance. We can highlight the benefits of the scheme, but very special circumstances aren't provided for something that isn't considered to be harmful, because there's no kind of reason for them. So I guess in terms of, yes, the canopies were removed, it then allows for that kind of outdoor recreation, outdoor sport element to it. I do appreciate it includes a clubhouse and with floodlights, but that policy under the NPPF does allow for including buildings or things in connection with that use. So while it's kind of assessing, I guess, the harm, it's hard to say that it would be harmful when it's outlined under the exceptions test of the NPPF, where this use is acceptable in the Greenbelt. In terms of visual harm, yes, we did consider there was visual harm under the previous scheme, but we kind of only looked at that in terms of the covers. Those covers have now been removed, so officers are satisfied that the visual harm element of the Greenbelt, and in that sense, has been addressed. I guess in terms of grey belt, we didn't consider the application to be grey belt. And where there's an exception, where it meets an exception, grey belt doesn't necessarily get engaged at this point. So that assessment wasn't undertaken because it's an acceptable use in the green belt. So I think that kind of covers some points in terms of, I guess, harm. I think just in terms of what. Hello? Yeah, there we go. I guess what to take away from the Greenbelt assessment would be is that this is an acceptable use in the land designation as underlined by national guidance under Part B of paragraph 154. So it meets the kind of assessment of it wouldn't be compromising openness, being it's acceptable in principle. So that would just be one thing I wanted members to be mindful of this is an acceptable use as per national legislation or national policy. In terms of lighting for bats, again, I guess just going back to that condition, ecology officers did highlight lighting in their comments, but it was because myself where I went back to the ecology officer just to make sure in terms of bats, what they would be happy with. So in terms of expansion of that condition, which was under the amendment sheet, what I did was I included Part E, of that condition, which basically says set out times of use, specifically daily and times of the year, to make sure that when it is being used, there are kind of measures in place to allow for during those seasons. And again, this is where it says as well, floodlights are not permitted to be in use when paddle courts are not in use. So given that the applicant was seeking to have the operational hours between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m, the floodlights will not be used outside of those hours. So that will be secured in that condition anyway. So it's the mitigation measures between those times during the year that this condition will be looking at in terms of what was expanded on. And then, sorry, just going through the list. Yeah, so I guess with the harm, with the refuse and the canopies, like, again, that was what I've just noted here, is I believe I kind of addressed that in my previous comments of, yes, the canopies were removed. There are structures on site, but the structures that are being used and associated under this application are deemed acceptable under national policy.
Right, thanks. Any follow-up questions? I have, and I think Councillor Port does. I'll go first. So just to be clear, that was a very clear explanation, but I just want to make sure I understand. So when you said that it's okay to play outdoor sports in the green belt, I think of cricket and football and things like that and rugby, and this is not that. So in that sense, should I interpret National Planning Policy Framework to not allow this because it's not an outdoor sport, just because it's not got a roof on the thing, it's still a structure? But then you went on to say that some of those outdoor sports can have buildings, actual buildings associated, which I presume to mean like a pavilion or something. In that case, you know, I feel as if on balance, I should allow it because it seems like this is an appropriate interpretation of National Planning Policy Framework. So that's the question, if that's clear to you. And then Councillor Port.
Well, similar to you, Chair. So if we agree that the green belt use has in effect fallen away, the previous rejection, because you're saying it, but if you actually read the 3 reasons for rejection, it's not just about the canopy. So I think what I'm trying to do, and it's very finely balanced me, I genuinely have no idea how I'm going to vote on this yet, and I haven't, like the chair, because for me, putting a tennis court on there with no floodlight, yeah, probably, but this is, forgetting the bats, because I think they're covered by your condition, visually it is quite intrusive in the sense it's going to be lit up 5 courts, potentially 7 nights a week until 10 p.m, or earlier in the summer. And, you know, we've had discussions about this, about hotels in the centre where the top's lit up. There is a visual impact. So I suppose my question to officers, and possibly Richard as the lawyer as well, is if we forget the green belt and we just look at this as a building that's coming up, albeit a building without a roof, but it is a structure, as the chair said, what weight can we give to the potential lighting impacts on the, forgetting the bats, but on people living nearby, on people going by? Because it does, to me, appear to change the character somewhat. You know, actually, the residents' visualisation gave me some reassurance because it is glass, but then when you look at it lit up, in effect, it is basically it appears as a roofed structure. I'd be much more comfortable if this was coming forward as only being played without when the floodlights weren't on. I think you've reassured me on the noise, you've reassured me on the lighting for the bats, but I'm now really struggling with how I interpret that, because I would say buildings would be the ancillary buildings probably, not the sport court. So I asked the question because for me it is intrusive, but I'm weighing that against the benefit of some new paddle courts, which are at least far enough away from residents that it's not going to, you know, it's not in such an urban setting. So I'd be grateful for any guidance.
Thank you. Right, Amy.
So what I've done is I've just put the wording of where I keep referring to being in an acceptable use on the screen. So yes, in terms of including including buildings, it's not limited to buildings. So it's things like that will be used in conjunction with that outdoor sport, and things like floodlighting tends to be used with outdoor sport. The club hut would be including the buildings, which would be the ancillary use being the storage of things for the paddle courts. So it's a kind of allowing for outdoor sport while allowing the facilities as well to support the outdoor sport. And I think in terms of the floodlights and the character and that, I think we have to take into consideration that this is floodlighting happening on a site that has floodlighting. there is floodlights, various floodlights across the site that are already being used for the rugby pitches. And there is floodlights that are closer to residential units that are being used on the rugby pitch. This site will be located, like I said, 180 to 200 metres away from residential units. So while you might be able to see it, I wouldn't necessarily say that there would be an adverse impact on the amenity of residential units. And I think it's hard to kind of say where you've got the pitches in the middle of a pitch, the courts in the middle of a pitch and a pitch where you've got floodlights and then floodlights kind of either side, where you would say the floodlights in the middle wouldn't be acceptable. That is just something from my own kind of officer kind of review. I didn't know if, because I understand Councillor Pora said about to Richard, but I don't know whether you caught that.
I suppose it's the weighting, because obviously it's also the views. What weight should we give to the fact that those views will be disrupted by that light at night? You know, if you're standing in the two viewpoints that case officer showed us, irrespective of the green belt.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so obviously, if you recall, I think reason for refusal number 3 on the previous refusal referred to the South Newnham neighbourhood plan views. So in that context, that's, you know, not greenbelt, that's just talking about the views and the landscape character. So you'd be perfectly reasonable in considering the impact on those views and what floodlighting may do, for example. But that's separate to greenbelt, if that makes sense, in that regard, yeah.
But it still has weight, in effect, is what you're saying.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Michael. Yeah, I think it does have weight. The Newnham neighbourhood plan has gone through the correct process, and it's should be given weight by members today. In terms of the MPPF 154B, I suppose it could be relevant if you're talking about the position of the floodlights, whether that goes to the openness of the greenbelt in terms of relevance, and it's going to depend on how those structures look and whether that is offensive to members in terms of interrupting the openness, which admittedly has been improved because of the clear kind of perspex or glass, whatever they use. And the only other thing that I would add, just in terms of definitions of outdoor sports, just thinking about what the chair sort of mused about outdoor sports and what he would qualify as outdoor sports. I did lean over to Michael and said, look, in the circumstances where it rained, those participants are going to get wet. So I would say you have to look at that outdoor sport, outdoor recreation in quite a wide way, rather than thinking along the lines of a kind of team game played over a very flat, kind of low-profile surface. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Okay, Councillor? Yep.
I mean on that.
Councillor Howard, yes.
Sorry, I thought you were addressing me. On that, let's say that the cricket field wanted to be used until 10 p.m, 7 nights a week, to play cricket, because suddenly everyone wanted to play cricket that time of night. We wouldn't just flat wave that through as if it was normal use.
Well, it probably wouldn't come to planning committee, but it's, I mean, what we've got here is a structure. That's why it's in planning committee, I guess. And I'm in a dangerous position here. I'm answering your question, which is the wrong thing to do. I might get it wrong. But just in sort of trying to be useful in debate, we've already been told that there's already training there on the rugby ground 3 nights a week, we were told by one of the speakers, if that's correct. So the lights will be on then anyway. It's a used site. I mean, I said already, I think in the previous one, if I slept my first night in Cambridge on Cambridge Rugby Ground because I went to a volleyball tournament over the weekend. And, you know, they had those then. I don't know if they have them anymore. But it's been a used site for different things over many, many years. But this is the new iteration, I guess, that we have to consider today. And I appreciate it's difficult, but you're the decision makers. You voted to do this job. So you get your best information from officers and then make that decision. So, Councillor Pora.
I think for me it's the evening stuff with the light. I would be much more comfortable if this condition was 7 to 7, for example, or 7 to daylight finishing. Because for me, the visual impact on the views, the area, irrespective of whether it's greenbelt or not, is significantly, in fact, impacted by the light at night on the 5 courts, which to me makes them look like a building with a roof, because, you know, I'm not so fussed about the bats, because I think your condition covers that. And that's where I'm at the moment. I'm uncomfortable doing it that late in the evening, because and reading the reasons for refusal, which I was not party to on the last one, you know, some of them don't relate to the greenbelt, they relate to the massing and the structure, and it explicitly says not just the canopies, the sides. But I think you've overcome a lot of that for me, but what it hasn't overcome is the darkness issue, because I think they become so much more visually prominent. If, for example, if we'd had a night scene of it, I think, so that's where I'm sitting at the moment. I'm not comfortable with it going that late at night, but I do accept, I think, pretty much all your other points. But it makes it difficult, because once we consent that can't ever be changed. And, you know, if it is too bright, we can't change it.
Well, we really do need to come to a conclusion on this, as we all no doubt appreciate. But in the past, on some planning items, we've interfered with applicants' times of operation and made a new suggestion on that. Nobody has done that today, although you've raised it. Of course, if you start at 7 o'clock in the morning, that means that cars are going to be arriving at site at that time, and so on. And then if it goes on to 10, you've already alluded to that. So they are factors to be concerned about, whether you vote one way or the other, or want to, as I say, change any of the operational things to do with the site. But nobody seems to be wanting to do that. So I think if that's it, we'll hear the recommendation. Right. Okay, Michael.
Thank you, Chair. So the officer recommendation is set out on page 45 of the committee papers. As per the amendment sheet, there would be an expanded condition 9. Condition number 10 would be deleted, and there'd also be an informative regarding bat lighting. But the officer recommendation is one of approval.
So all those in favour of that recommendation? 2. All those against? Right, that's clear. So 4 against. So the item is refused. So thank you very much for that. Yeah.
So I think the next step, we need to come up with reasons for refusal, potentially. Yeah, I do have some drafted if you want me to share my screen.
Yep, go ahead. Yep. Them out, I should, Michael, be best. Yeah.
So the reasons I've drafted are similar to the previously refused application. Sorry, I have to bear with my voice. Unfortunately, it's got a bit croaky literally today. So the first reason would be, as drafted, it says, by failing to preserve the openness of the greenbelt, the proposal would constitute inappropriate development in the greenbelt and would result in harm to it by virtue of the siting, height and design of the paddle courts. The harm would be both visual and spatial. I think there's a typo there about this bit here. I can go. Visual and spatial. I'll have to probably redraft that bit, Chair, but you get the gist of it, I think. It would be visually dominant and cluttered and create a cluttered appearance of the site. The benefits of the proposal do not outweigh the cumulative harm that would arise to the visual amenity of the greenbelt, the protected open space and character and context of this part of the city and Newnham. The proposal is contrary to Cambridge Local Plan Policy 4 and Chapter 13 of the MPPF. So that's the first reason as drafted. I'll just tidy up that little bit, though, if members were. Do you want me to go through the other two before?
Yeah, do the other two.
Yeah. The second, this one is identical. So the site is a protected open space of environmental and recreational importance. The visual impact of the proposal, by virtue of the siting and design of the paddle courts, would significantly harm the character of the protected open space, contrary to Policy 67 of the Cambridge Local Plan. And then the final reason for refusal that's been drafted is the siting, scale and massing of the proposed courts would introduce an intrusive built form into the middle of a valued protected open space, failing to adequately conserve or enhance existing identified views across it, and harming its environmental and spatial character and qualities to the detriment of the setting of the city. The proposal therefore fails to positively respond to the surrounding context and is contrary to policies 8, 55, 56, 57 and 59 of the Cambridge Local Plan, and policies SNMP 11 and 15 of the South Newnham Neighbourhood Plan, and Chapter 12 of the NPPF 2024.
Right. Yes, Councillor Pora.
For me, it is very much about the lighting in the dark, and I really would like a reference to that because, as I said before I voted, I think in principle in the day this is potentially okay, but it's the impact at night for me that made it unacceptable. Not just for residents, but just for the general views. So I wonder if that could be made a bit clearer. Because obviously I'm mindful if the applicant wants to come back in future, it's important we're clear about what issues we want them to address, and for me that is the primary one.
Thank you. Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yes, just to say I support that because, I think it's easy to think about the impact in terms of physical structures and so forth, but that's not the nub of the argument here, is it? It's about, the less easy to describe impacts of light and so forth, and I think that's the issue here.
So we need to be careful that we're not trying to be experts in this, in terms of noise and light. We've had some advice already from the Environmental Health Officer. I guess we can certainly, I voted the other way, but we can certainly talk about the amenity to local residents, can we? Or will you speak, Mark?
Yeah, through Chair. I think the lighting is more about the kind of visual impact on the character, appearance and openness of the greenbelt, I think was where. So I've added in artificial lighting into the reason here. I don't know if that's explicit enough for members or if they wanted it to be more clear in that. I mean, the other alternative is the final details can be agreed by Chair and Vice Chair and spokes potentially, Chair, if we've got the basis of the reason here. But
Do you want to say anything about the times till 10 p.m. from 7 a.m.?
I think that was it. I mean, for me, the height per se is not the problem. It's the fact that once it's lit up, it becomes, in effect, a building, whereas in the day it doesn't. So I suppose I wouldn't want the applicant to think, because it's a paddle court, you can't not have a wall, because you're going to hit people with balls, which is not good. So I think the principle of development, I'm fine with it. It's the impact. Really, the lighting, particularly given the necessary height that is needed. Something like that.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard?
Just checking you've got a reference to the Newnham neighbourhood plan.
There isn't at the moment, no, there could be though.
So there is one specifically about reduce and maintain low levels of light pollution, 7.17 in the Newnham neighbourhood local plan, or that's SNNP3, reduce and maintain low levels of light pollution.
So just while Michael's typing, I'll just say this is the first time we've had the Newnham neighbourhood plan come to committee with a person speaking on behalf of that. And so it's interesting that's the first time. And just to say, as maybe you may all know, but the neighbourhood plan has to fit with the National Planning Policy Framework, local plan, local policies and all of that. It can't be in contradiction to those, but it can certainly be an adjunct to them and useful. Useful. So Michael, you ready?
yeah, so I've added in reference to the times of use in the reason, and I've added in that policy reference that Councillor Howard's pointed out in the South Newnham Neighbourhood Plan into that first reason. So that's here.
All right, well, if there's no other comments, Councillor Griffin, yeah.
So Chair, I'm not sure I understood your earlier comment. You mean we can't say anything about our concerns about noise here? Because I do think that that's an important issue, especially when they're can be operating till 10 o'clock at night. So I didn't understand your comment earlier.
Sorry I wasn't clear. I was just trying to say the thing that I'm always told as a chair and planning member, that we are not the experts in the things that we get experts to talk to us about, like viability studies, like noise as is today, and we have to take account of what those people say. And if we try to sort of say, I've heard what you've said, but I don't believe it, I think I know better. And in fact, that's what you said, Councillor Howard, at one stage, sort of paraphrasing you, if you know what I mean. And I don't mind, I mean, I do the same, we all do it. But when we come to a decision, us decision makers have to base our decision on the information we've received from people that know what they're talking about. And we know what we're talking about in many ways, but we're not experts. So that's what I was trying to get to. Is that clear, Councillor Griffin?
Sort of. I just think that the concern for noise was heard over and over again, and it doesn't appear, and there doesn't seem to be any
You were
mention.
told by an environmental health officer that the noise concern was not of great significance. Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, through you. Members, we've got some reasons, but admittedly, noise was discussed. It's whether members feel, and you have to be very careful about making any additional reasons for refusal. Every single reason for refusal will be scrutinised, argued over, appeal possibly. So it has to be robust in terms of reasoning, reasonableness for those conditions. Given that you have heard from the two environmental health officers on the noise issue, or as they purport, lack of it, I think members would have to be very clear that they wanted to add that, knowing that they're not supported by the professional officers on this one. So I think we'd have to be, probably the chair would have to look to a vote to add an extra condition over and above what Michael's already put, dealing with noise, but it is not supported by officers.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. Okay, Michael, are we all done? Any changes to the last bit?
I just added in reference to lighting, our lighting policy in the local plan as well, policy 34, because I think that's relevant into numbers 1 and 3. But yeah, and I've added into 3 reference to the artificial lighting and times of use as well, into that reason. So yeah, they're the reasons that are drafted, Chair. I don't know if you then have to vote on each one.
Yeah, we'll go through
James
a
got
process.
that, looks like
So,
he's raising his
Councillor
hand.
Corrie, you had something else?
I'm very happy for Chair and Vice Chair to review them with the officers afterwards if you need to make any minor tweaks, just because doing it on the screen is always a bit challenging. So I'm sure
Yeah, I think
Councillor Todd Jones are
Michael
happy to do
said he
that.
was going to go through it and just get any typos sorted. And so it'd come to Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes. I think that'd be the best thing. Right, James, you were going to just go over the process.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To backtrack a little bit and then come back to where we are, the officer recommendation was to approve. Members voted to go against the officer recommendation. So there is no recommendation to refuse at the minute. We are looking at minded to refusals. So a decision has not been made. It sounds pedantic, but it's part of the process. We are now looking, and it looks like, I think you've come to the point where your minded to refusals has been drawn up. And my suggestion to members is if you are happy with these, you could vote on them on block together, or if you prefer to go through each reason in turn, whichever members prefer, and you would then vote to accept these as minded to reasons for refusal. And if that's agreed, you then move on to the vote to refuse. So it's a sort of 3-step process. We've done one. Now it's looking at minded to refuse reasons. Whichever ones of those you wish to accept, because you may hypothetically accept 3 out of the 4, or you may, depending on how the committee wishes to vote, and then we go to the final decision.
Thank goodness you're here to explain it all, James. So hope that's clear. So I think we can vote as a block, can't we? A block of reasons, nodding heads, yeah, okay. So all those in favour. We don't normally have that, do we? In here. That's the South Cambs thing. I don't think we do it in the City Committee, no.
You don't need to. It has been done, but you don't need to.
No, we're okay. So let's vote for them on block then, and all those in favour of those reasons for refusal.
For those reasons minded to.
And I'll be abstaining, of course. So any against? No, you're against, okay.
Four, no.
Yeah, and 1 against, and then 1 abstain.
Yes, so
Yep.
4. There's 6 in total voting, Chair.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
4 support the minded to accepting these, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, so in that case then, all those that want to refuse the item.
So those supporting the recommendation to refuse, for or support that?
And against?
One against,
And abstentions?
one abstention.
All right, thank you very much. I think it was a really good debate. Went on quite long, but I think it was good to do it in the end in that way. And I hope that the applicant and the objectors can work together to find a way forward on this. It's a difficult site with that terrace of houses, and I appreciate that time goes on and sites get used for different things. But, you know, maybe there's a way around it, maybe some sort of screening or different planting or different arrangement. It might be possible. But at the moment, I'm afraid the planning committee have voted to refuse the item. So I think we've sort of taken as long on that. We went on a major item, so it's nearly 12:30 now. It was supposedly called a minor item. So I think the best thing to do is to stop for lunch now, and then we'll do the other items after lunch, if that's okay. Councillor Porra?
I have to go at lunch. Do you know what time Councillor Thornbur's arriving? Just because.
You should be here in time for the afternoon session.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine, because obviously
Yeah.
I can't stay after
Yeah.
lunch, so my apologies
Right.
that I'll leave.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, everyone. See you at, what is it now? To 1:10 past 1. Is that right? Yeah, 1:10 past 1. Hello, welcome back after a lunch break. So the next item is item 666 Ross Street. We've got Lydia here to present it. And then we've got Tessa Byers, Jactor, and we've got a ward councillor, Councillor Gardner-Smith.
Yeah, both online.
Both online, okay. And members, we've got a couple of statements that have been published on the webpage from Councillors Bagent and Councillor Pounds in Romsey. Do you need any time to look at those, members, before we start? Put your hand up if anyone does. Councillor Bagent is quite short. Councillor Pounds will probably be a couple of minutes to read if you need to look at it again. Nope, okay, we're all good. In that case, I think we're all set for the presentation now, please, Lydia.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just get my point up one second. So the application before members today is a full planning permission, full planning application at the change of, for the change of use.
Sorry, are you sharing your screen, Lydia?
Oh, sorry, that's my fault. There we go. Sorry, I'll start again. So the application before members today is a full planning application at 66 Ross Street for the change of use of an existing dwelling to a six-bedroom, six-person HMO, including single-storey rear extension. The application is before members as Councillor Pounds, Councillor Gardner-Smith and Councillor Bagent called the application in on the grounds of Policy 48. It also received over 31 third-party representations. Officers are recommending the application for refusal. So in terms of updates, 2 additional third-party comments were received on the 1st of March, and these comments were made public on the 2nd of March. Most of these material considerations were outlined in these comments have already been addressed in the office report. However, these comments also raise concerns regarding the following: non-compliance with HMO licensing requirements, non-compliance with building regulations, particularly Part M.41 and M.42, lack of sunlight and daylight assessment, and security issues. With regard to the non-compliance with HMO licensing requirements and building regulations, these are separate legislation to Planning Permission, and Planning Permission does not override the requirement for these regulations to be adhered to. With regard to the lack of sunlight and daylight assessment, officers consider this to be unreasonable to request in this instance. The security comment related to an exterior door needing to be open on hot nights, this is not considered to be a material planning consideration. Therefore, officers do not consider the additional third-party comments to alter the recommendation for refusal. So, the application site is located towards the middle of Ross Street, close to the junction with St Philip's Road. It is a 2-storey terrace dwelling surrounded by other residential dwellings. Just to note, there's also no planning history for the site. So this is the site constraint map. The purple colouring here indicates that the application site is within the Mill Road Conservation Area. This orange coloured building here is St Philip's Infant School, which is a building of local interest. The light blue colouring shows that there is a low risk of surface water flooding. The slightly darker blue shows a medium risk of surface water flooding, and the navy blue shows a high risk of surface water flooding. So as shown, the site is in flood zone 1, but is not at risk from any surface water flooding. And there are no other site-specific constraints. So the main planning considerations for the application are impact on the character and appearance of the area, impact on the Mill Road Conservation Area, impact on neighbouring amenity, and impact on future occupiers, and lastly, highway matters. So this is the Google Earth imagery of the site. So the application site is this one here. You can see that it already has an existing single-storey outrigger. So the site is accessed via Ross Street at the front, and then a pathway that runs adjacent to the rear garden, which is accessible via St Philip's Road. So these are the existing and the proposed ground floor plans. The existing plan is over here on the left and the proposed on the right. So this grey part of the dwelling indicates the single-storey rear extension. Just to note, it's that the reason for refusal relates to the size of bedroom number 3. So these are the existing and proposed ground floor plans. This shows the internal replan of the dwelling at the first floor, and there are no proposed extensions at the first floor. So these are the existing proposed elevations. So over here is where the single-storey rear extension is going, proposed along the southern boundary of the site. You can see it's flat roof and has matching materials to the host dwelling. So here are the proposed bin and bike stores. So it shows the location of the bin storage for 3 240-litre bins and cycle storage for 6 bikes. These are the photographs of the application site. I'll just give you a moment to have a look at those. So in terms of consultee comments, the County Highways Officer, the Conservation Officer, and the Environmental Health Officer were all consulted on the application and raised no objections. As mentioned earlier, the 31 third-party objections were received. These have been set out in the officer report, so I won't go into any further detail. However, if members require any further clarification on any of the above, then please let me know. So whilst officers consider there to be no harm to the conservation area or neighbouring amenity, the lounge and kitchen area is approximately 13 metres squared, which officers consider to be limited for 6 people. Officers also consider that the unacceptable living standards for future occupier of bedroom number 3 would weigh against the development and is in conflict with policy 48, 50 and 58 of the Cambridge Local Plan. Therefore, officers recommend that the application is refused.
May I ask, was the amendment sheet referenced, just in case I missed it?
Any questions of clarification, members? Yes, Councillor Howard.
Apologies, can I just note an error on page 12 of the plans pack, that what is St Philip's Road is labelled as Mill Road.
Say that again, St Philip's Road.
So St Philip's Road on page 12 of the plans pack is wrongly labelled as Mill Road.
Okie doke, thank you very much for that. Got that, Lydia? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Councillor Illingworth.
Yeah, 2 of the existing bedrooms are below acceptable sizes. Can you give us some background as to how that has happened?
Hang on. Questions of clarification? That sounds like a debate question.
Okay.
Do you want to hold on with that one? Anything else? I guess we can get on to the speakers then. Can you clarify the problems with this one? Because I thought at the start it said about bedroom number 5 at the back, but then in the reasons to refusal you gave bedroom number 3, I think, and the lounge and living not being. And I never saw the table you put up with the policy requirement thing because it went too quickly. So it'd be good to see that again, perhaps while you talk, please, Lydia.
Yeah, of course. Let me just share my screen again, 1 second. Sorry, it's going to make me go through it all. Yeah, so the reason for refusal is the size of bedroom number 3 here. So you will note that bedroom 3, 5 and 6 are below policy standards. However, because of the operational development of the single-storey rear extension, it's deemed that we can only refuse bedroom number 3 because, on its size because of the permitted development rights to do with bedroom 5 and 6, and being able to do that, if that makes sense. Sorry, I can re-clarify.
I understand, but it doesn't make sense, but that's just common sense, so carry on.
Sorry, what were you...
Yeah, well, I just wanted to be clear what was wrong in terms of reasons for refusal, and I think you've pretty much covered that now. So if there's no other questions for clarification, let's get on to the speakers and then debate then. Oh, hang on a minute, Michael.
It's a very quick one. I think Councillor Howard raised about the location plan in the plans pack, saying Mill Road. That's just an error on the agent's drawing, basically. It is St Philip's Road, just to be clear.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for that, Councillor Howard. So, right. Yeah, Councillor Top Jones.
Sorry, Chair. Just to clarify, so in terms of the bedroom, the space sizes standard that don't comply, so on the table in 17.5 of the report under future occupants, it's bedroom 3, yes, but also bedroom 5 and 6, is that not correct? But we've got policy size requirement for bedrooms 5 and 6 at 7.5 metres square, and proposed size of bedrooms 5 and 6, 5.9 metres square and 6 metres square.
Yeah, that is correct. It's just, I'll explain further. It's because of the bedroom number 3 is within the single-storey rear extension, which is the operational development. So we couldn't refuse, so we're refusing on the size of bedroom number 3, but we do note that bedroom 5 and bedroom 6 do fall below these standards. It's just because of the fallback of permitted development rights that we can't refuse. It'd be unreasonable to refuse for bedroom 5 and 6.
Right, thank you. Okay. So, speakers. First is Tessa. You're online. Tessa, hello. Good afternoon. So, you've got 3 minutes to speak, but if you need a bit longer, that's fine. We've already discussed that. So, when you're ready, Tessa.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. The officers have recommended refusal on the basis of bedroom 3, but I think there are actually very serious issues about over-intensification. If it's refused merely on the grounds of bedroom 3, the likelihood, very strong likelihood, is that Mr. Paniotto will resubmit it for 5 bedrooms, and that actually makes no material difference to the problem of over-intensification. So it also needs to be considered in the context of all the applications submitted concurrently by Mr. Paniotto, which cumulatively threaten the character of the Romsey conservation area and residential amenity. So there's always been a mixed bag of short and long-term renters and owners in Ross Street during the 22 years that I've lived here. But commercial developers are now pricing out buyers wanting homes and consider long-term lets far less lucrative than the HMOs replacing them. The 6-bedroom HMO proposed here offers expensive rabbit hutches, accommodating unrelated strangers selected by letting agencies. Tenants have en suites, yes, but no control over whom they live with, and turnover is high, thus increasing the transient population to the detriment of settled residents. 66 Ross Street sits at the end of the 100-yard or so stretch of Mill Road to St Philip's. There's a 7-bedroom HMO at number 27, a 6-bed at 59, as well as several C3 rentals. On its own, that would be strong grounds for refusal for another HMO in the many cities who have an Article 4 threshold for HMOs. There are also 3 Airbnb properties. The committee will be aware of new legislation coming into force this summer addressing the community harms they cause. There's no difference in principle with the over-proliferation of HMOs. Both damage the traditional character of the conservation area, deplete housing stock, are detrimental to residential amenity, including increased pressure on parking. The report asserts no significant impact on parking or traffic congestion, despite the comments of the Highway Authority's consultee and of residents who encounter the difficulties every day. Yet, Mr. Paniotto himself parked on double yellow lines when visiting number 66 last week, his 4x4 further blocking a pavement already cluttered with bins. So I urge the committee to reject this application decisively and also to ask the council to urgently consider setting an Article 4 direction threshold on HMO properties within the conservation area. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right, thanks, Tessa. Thanks very much. Welcome to hang around and listen to the debate if you wish.
Thank you.
I want to turn your camera off perhaps now. So we've now got a ward councillor, Councillor Gardner-Smith. You're online as well. If you want to speak. Yes, hello, good afternoon, councillor. So, yeah, when you're ready.
Afternoon, Chair. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak on this application. As a ward councillor in Romsey, I've been contacted by a large number of residents about this application and also the multiple applications that have been put in by the same developer across the Romsey ward. I believe there are now 5 applications of a similar nature, including one application, an additional application in Ross Street that has been subsequently withdrawn, of similar 6-bed HMOs. Now, as Tessa Byers has just set out very extensively, Romsey is a conservation area, and these are terraced houses that are usually 2 or 3 bedroom dwellings. They are not 6-bedroom dwellings. So the concerns I want to raise are around local plan policy 48 and also policy 50, which relates to residential space standards. As has been noted, there is already a 7-bedroom HMO in Ross Street, and there are multiple Airbnbs, including a residency that is used exclusively, as I understand it, for the purpose of Airbnb lets on Ross Street. As you will see, many of you will know the street that we're referring to anyway, but as you can see from the pictures, Ross Street is a small residential street, and I believe that this raises concerns about over-concentration of HMOs in a conservation area on this street in particular. As has been noted, there are also concerns around parking. Romsey, this part of Romsey does not have residential parking, and parking is already an issue. These are narrow streets. There is a lot of pavement parking that happens already. It is a constant complaint and concern of residents about parking, particularly the spillover from the station nearby and people parking their cars there because it's non-metered parking. And the addition of at least 4 additional people into this dwelling it's common sense to think that it is going to place pressure on an already pressurized parking area. We've also had been in discussion with the local fire brigade about the Romsey area when it comes to access of fire vehicles. And there is a specific issue with the design of new fire engines where there is a concern about the overcrowding of parking in the narrow streets in Romsey, and particularly parking on corners and pavement parking, and about access by the fire brigade. So I wanted to raise that too, and I know that my colleague Councillor Pounds has already also noted that in her statement. When it comes to policy 50 in residential space, as has already been noted, at least 2 of the bedrooms do not meet the minimum space standards in the policy. I understand the point that it is bedroom 3 which is included in the permitted development application. So, you know, which is why that's being looked at in particular. But I would just say that you know, I would also point out, which hasn't been raised, which is my read of the policy, is that it also notes that if for dwellings of 2 or more bedrooms, at least one bedroom needs to be a double bedroom or a twin bedroom. And I don't believe that any of the bedrooms, as listed in the application, meet the minimum floor area of 11.5 meters squared currently. So there is not in the new design, there is not one room that would meet the double bedroom standard, and that I understand is a requirement of, you know, a multiple bedroom dwelling. And you know, more broadly, as the point has been made, this is not long-term lets. This is, you know, this is not the sort of this is not the sort of residency that is going to be used for long-term lets that are needed in the community, as well as permanent dwellings for people. These are short-term lets of individuals who are likely not to know one another beforehand, and with very limited communal space. There is a very narrow kitchen and a living room which doesn't look big enough to have a table to eat in. So, you know, these are small rooms, and I don't believe they meet the requirements of a good, you know, of good housing for people that is so badly needed in Romsey, but across the city as well. I will leave my comments there, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this application.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Gordon-Smith. Okay, that's the end of speakers. So debate, members. Anyone want to jump in? Yes, Councillor Illingworth.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I think the number of HMOs we're seeing coming forward speaks to the fact that they are in great demand, and the people who are demanding to live in this type of accommodation generally going to be young people who really, sadly in Cambridge, have no other option but to go for an HMO. They are unlikely, I think, to own motor cars, so I don't see that there'd be a huge pressure on parking, but one never knows. I mean, university doesn't allow students to have cars anyway. But having said that, I am concerned about the size implications of some of these rooms, and I know we're not supposed to look at the defective bedrooms that already exist, but I would like to know how that has come to pass. And really, HMOs, I know, are an issue, and I think I'll leave my comments at that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Todd-Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And a bit similar sort of comment, but I take the point about the bedroom 3 is within the operation of development. I do understand that, but notwithstanding that, we have an application before us that references the bedroom 5 and 6, and they fall below the space standards. And similarly, I'm very concerned that we always have to be mindful of the amenity of future residents. And clearly, as has been referenced, I think the lounge, kitchen, the general living area is extremely limited and really poor quality in terms of residential amenity for those future occupants. And I'm not that convinced either that the open space amenity in the garden area is that great either. And of course, it's the nature of these relatively small terrace houses in this part of Romsey. They're not really conducive to this kind of HMO conversion anyway. But obviously on the specifics of this, I certainly would agree with the points regarding the reasons for refusing the application.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'll say a few things. So just tacking back there, agree with Councillor Todd-Jones on amenity space. We've seen better in this committee. Councillor Illingworth, you said about university. I mean, I can't quite remember, is it undergraduates and postgraduates at Cambridge University that can have cards, or is it one or the other? And of course, ARU, I think, can have cards, as far as I know, they don't ban them. But we're not really talking about students here, probably, anyway. On what Councillor Gardner-Smith said, she said about 11.5 metres squared for bedrooms, so I don't know if you want to clarify on that, please, Lydia. And there's this whole question about the bedroom 3 and bedroom 5 and 6, but bedroom 3 is the only one we seem to want to sort of look at in terms of refusal, which I understand the argument for, but anyway. And then there were the other comments that were made by speakers about the generality, I suppose. So how many there are, how many are coming forward, that's two separate things. And there was mention of an Article 4 threshold, which I think they meant to say direction, which is about having a planning rule where you take away permitted development rights, but you might want to explain that a bit better, Lydia, so we understand that. But just going back to the point that I think Councillor Illingworth raised about, what was it about? Lost my track now. Oh, I know, about the number coming forward. So I think we've got one developer that's brought forward 5, as well as this one or something, and then there are a number of others that are listed in the statement from Councillor Pounds. But with regard to these that have come forward all of a sudden in a block, it hasn't been mentioned, but I wonder, as has been mentioned to me, outside of this committee, if that's to do with the Renters' Rights Act 2025 and the ability for landlords to be able to get more of what they want with regard to HMOs than they can through a different setup, which is what they're being changed to. So maybe you want to comment on that. And just in terms of the number of HMOs in an area, you might want to comment on where we are with that, Lydia, in terms of planning rules and regulations and whether we can limit them or not. I know some years ago, this council did look at the option to strictly limit the number of HMOs in a street or an area. That didn't happen in the end, but I think there's still some sort of way of limiting it. And one of the speakers talked about over-intensification, which relates again to this number in one area. So if there's no other hands up, back to you then, Lydia.
Yeah, so just based on that kind of over-concentration point, so there's no, so policy 48, part A states about does not create an over-concentration of the site. However, it doesn't provide any sort of methodology for working out what kind of over-concentration is in practice. So I have had a look at the Cambridge city licence data for the number of HMOs on Ross Street. There's currently 5 licensable HMOs, which means that there's 5 bedrooms or more. Obviously, Ross Street is quite a long road with a high number of houses. So out of roughly 250 houses, there's only 5 HMOs. So this is not kind of considered to be a high percentage of HMOs within the street. I think the emerging local plan that states that a continuous frontage of 2 or more HMOs immediately adjacent to each other is considered to be an over-concentration of HMOs. So the closest HMO on Ross Street is number 59, which is I think I can show you. Hang on, I'm not showing my screen. It's fairly close to the site, but it's not next door, so that can be taken into consideration. Obviously, the new local plan can only be afforded limited rate because of that. With regard to the point about bedroom 5 and bedroom 6 not meeting the space standards, so without the extension provided, so a change of use to a 5-bedroom, 5-person HMO could occur under Schedule 2, Part 3, Class L of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Order. So this would include bedrooms 5 and 6. So we don't find it reasonable, whilst they are below the space standards, we cannot refuse on that reason. In the case of the 11.5 metre square for the bedrooms, I believe because it's these can be done under permitted development, that it's not needed, that wouldn't be taken into account. So Michael might be able to clarify that, but that's my opinion on it.
Okay, and the Renters' Rights Act 2025?
I believe that it might be the reason why, but I can't say for certain whether or not that is the reason. I don't have enough knowledge on that.
That's not a planning matter, I presume.
No, not a material consideration.
Okay. Debate, members? Yes, Councillor Howard?
More of a clarification, but just that a licensable HMO is 5 or more people forming 2 or more households in Cambridge City at this time. That's right.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so, okay, so yeah, so the point about the permitted development is, okay, it's 5 bedrooms. As long as there weren't 5 or more people forming 2 or more households, then it's permitted development. Or would it also include 5 people living in 5 bedrooms?
Sorry.
Say that again. I don't understand that. Please.
Okay, so in order to have 5 or more people living in a property forming 2 or more households, in other words, they're not related, the landlord needs a license, right? However, this house, as it is at the moment, is 5 bedrooms. You said that permitted development would allow it to be converted, or effectively it would allow letting as a 5-person of different households under permitted development. But if it's exactly 5 people in 5 bedrooms, would it not still require a license?
Yeah, so it would require a license, but the licensing is a separate legislation to the planning permission. So it would need to adhere to that, but we can't refuse on the fact that it doesn't meet licensing requirements.
Thank you.
Okay, any more? Yeah. Can I see the plan that shows the bedrooms, like where the bedroom 3 is, the one that we're complaining about?
Yeah, 1 second, sorry. Yeah, so it's this one here.
That's good. Right, I understand now. So it's the one at the back, the extension bit that's being built.
Mm-hmm.
So like one of the speakers said, the implication from our refusal on the basis of that bedroom is that it could come forward without that bit, but all the rest of it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. And I think anything else, I presume, again, to do with the numbers of HMOs either perceived to be or actually in the area is to do with city council planning policy, which, you know, some might argue we need more of, but we haven't got it at the moment in terms of refusing HMOs, assuming that HMOs are bad, which seems to be the presumption going around at the moment, although some people would argue differently, actually, because it's cheaper to live in and so on. Right, well, yeah, Councillor Howard, yeah.
Well, I just add to that, in terms of the general debate, I would say that a number of different meetings, including planning, we've made assumptions about the sort of people who might live in HMOs. But actually, if landlords created good spaces, larger spaces, suitable spaces with lots of shared facilities, you know, almost more towards a co-housing type arrangement, then actually that could be a positive thing. And the local plan does recognise that HMOs can be positive. I don't think this application would be a positive example because it is just a lot of people in a very small total area.
Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with that, Councillor Howard, and I said it perhaps in too succinct a way, but you expanded on it. And yes, I mean, I think a number of people who are, as was described as being living in rabbit hutches, it was said earlier, and all strangers to one another isn't, well, the rabbit hutches bit is not good, but strangers isn't necessarily bad because they get to know one another and make friends and, you know, all of that. It seems to me that that's part of living in a city with other people, but that's my personal opinion. better not stray too far from the planning matters here. So if there's no other debate, let's go to recommendation then.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 74 of the committee papers. So that is to refuse the application for the reason provided at paragraph 21.1. Thank you.
All those in favour of that recommendation to refuse?
That's all five left, Chair.
So the recommendation to refusal is supported. So the item is refused. So thanks very much for that. Thanks, Lydia. And thanks to the speakers. So shall we go straight on to the next item then? Looks like we're all good to go. So next one is item 7, so land at Bateman Street. And who's presenting this? John? Oh, you're just behind. Okay. Just give John a couple of minutes to set himself up then. And we'll get on with that. So land at Bateman Street, we've got Rebecca, who's the agent's representative, to speak. Oh, no, sorry, that's a statement, is it? Statement, so that's online on the webpage thing. And then we've got David, who's an objector, and yeah, hello, David, good afternoon, and Councillor Beck, ward councillor. Still not ready yet, so hold on. So John's just setting up his stuff. Just as I should have said earlier that Councillor Poor had to leave the meeting at lunchtime, so she's not here. We're still quorate. Councillor Thornborough was, I thought, coming this afternoon after she had a meeting this morning somewhere else, but we haven't seen Councillor Thornborough yet. But we are, as I said, we are quorate, so we just carry on.
Right, thank you, Chair. Sorry for that delay.
That sounds like an echo.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Okay, you carry on then, John.
So thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. My application is land at Bateman Street in Cambridge. This is for the alterations to the existing access, including improvements to the roadway by the installation of an impermeable surface, the introduction of an infiltration trench to provide drainage, the removal of an existing hedgerow and replacement, the provision of an additional cycle parking for users of the plant growth laboratory, and the resurfacing of St Mary's Access Road. This was deferred by members on the 3rd of December 2025 for further consultation and ecological information to be submitted. We've got a site location plan here. We can see Bateman Street up here and the row of houses known as Bateman Mews down here. And the site location plan with the access is located here, with the hedge located just to the north and the botanical gardens to the south. So here is our existing block plan and the existing track which is to be replaced here. Here we have views of the existing hedge and access to be replaced, facing east here and west here, with Bateman Mews overlooking the hedge. And we've got views of the hedgerow from 10 and 12 Bateman Mews Gardens. The proposed block plan seeks to resurface the access and replace the hedge. So we've got, in proposed planting detail, we've got the verges reseeded with grass seed mixed after the roadworks, the yew hedge to be removed and replaced with a new hedge of similar size following works to the road and drain, and all trees on site will be maintained with 6 additional ones added to reach the B&G metric. We've got proposed hedge planting 1, 2 and 3 coming up, and this just shows the various species that will replace the yew hedge. And a proposed section of the hedgerow showing the hedge at approximate height of planting, 1.5 metres here, and the proposed maintained height at 1.8 metres here, and the infiltration ditch running down the access here. So an application was submitted in 2024 under that reference and subsequently withdrawn due to objections from the Landscape and Trees team and the Local Highways Authority. The current application received no objections from Conservation, Highways, Environmental Health, Landscaping or the Trees team. The application was deferred at committee in December following speculation that the hedge was older than the 10 years originally stated and therefore contributed to the landscape of the botanical gardens. A portion of the hedge has been established to be at least 68 years old. Following the deferral, the Gardens Trust and Historic England were consulted on the significance of the hedge to the heritage landscape. Neither provided objections nor support to the proposal. The Conservation and Landscape teams confirmed they still did not object to the works, citing the hedge's marginal position within the botanical gardens. A preliminary ecological appraisal was submitted in February and reviewed by Ecology, who requested 2 additional conditions. So these would be no development above ground level shall take place until an ecological enhancement scheme has been submitted. And prior to the installation of any artificial lighting in any phase, any ecological sensitive artificial lighting scheme for that phase shall be submitted and approved. These conditions are considered sufficient to address ecological impacts in the area. We received 21 objections from neighbours and interested parties during the original consultation and at least 6 additional objections received since the deferral. Objections from neighbours principally concerned the removal of the yew hedge which runs along the boundary of the site, as we've already seen, how trees on site will be irrigated, the impact of proposed tree planting upon adjacent properties along Bateman Mews, and disputes over the age and impact to the removal of the hedge. The applicant has advised that the yew hedge along the boundary with the properties of Bateman Mews needs to be removed to allow for the construction of an infiltration trench, which will enable the construction and longevity of the impermeable surfacing of the roadway. Part of the yew hedge located near the RPI of a protected tree on site will be retained. The material considerations. Works are deemed necessary to keep the access to the Sainsbury Lab, Plant Growth Lab and Botanical Garden viable. No objections to the works from the Highways team. We've had no objection to the pruning, removal of the hedge from the Trees team, citing the lack of visibility and legislative protection. Residential amenity can be protected by conditions requested by the Environmental Health team. Relevant consultees have not objected to the impact of the loss of the hedge upon the heritage landscape, as the hedge is marginal to the main body of the gardens and not visible to most visitors. A multi-species replacement hedge provides greater ecological value than a purely yew hedge. So in terms of our recommendation, we consider the works to be necessary for the access and greater biodiversity will be achieved with the replacement hedge, but it does of course include the loss of a valued and historic yew hedge. So the LPA is recommending approval.
Thank you, John. So before we have speakers, questions, clarification? Okay, I've got one. So what exactly is this hedge proposed? Because I'm not quite sure. And just taking us back to the previous application when it came to committee, I seem to remember there was a discussion about whether it was just going to be a yew hedge, whether it was going to be a mixture of things in a hedge.
I believe
And today we've got, I thought it was a question between a yew hedge and a mixture again, but I was reading in the statement from University of Cambridge online, and it says it's the proposal is 14.6% hornbeam, 33.3% yew, and that adds up to about 50%. But I don't know what the other 50% is. So is that it? Or then I saw on a drawing it said it could be something or something. It didn't actually say what it necessarily was going to be. So if you could provide clarity.
Of course, yeah. So the 50% that's mentioned in that document that you saw refers to the parts of the hedge that will be evergreen. The remaining species, I believe it's 7 species in total, Gilder rose, then yew, as we've discussed, spindle, common hawthorn, alder buckthorn, hornbeam, and field maple. So that will be the composition of the hedge in total.
Right, okay. Any more questions, clarification? No? Okay, so in that case, David, hello, good afternoon. You want to come forward. So you might remember you press the button on the right-hand side and it lights up, hopefully, and then 3 minutes.
Just before we start, Joe, I think Mr. Robinson will ask to speak to images. So for process-wise, we will just ask the planning officer to confirm them in the public domain, and then are you happy to share them?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, James. So are they in the public domain, these images?
I'm sorry, Chair, could you just repeat that?
So David is going to speak as an objector, and it says on here, we'll speak to visual images. Do you know anything about that?
I don't have visual images for him to show.
David, hello. Have you got pictures? Put your microphone on, David, then everyone can hear you. Yeah.
That one is the first one I want to speak to, and the one after that is the next one I want to speak to.
Have you seen all the images that you need to see on my presentation?
Yes, but I want to talk to the proposed planning detail one and
Sure.
the next one. The others I don't want to talk about.
Sure, okay, I'll leave it up for you.
But leave that one there and I'll tell you when to switch to the next one.
Okay, thanks for helping with that, John. So David, just say to John when you want to change the image and he'll change it over. Okay, when you're ready then.
Fine. The consultees and residents have made numerous responses to the application, which are on record. The primary request was to retain the existing yew hedge. Regrettably, the applicant has ignored this request. For the record, the residents of Bakewell Mews have uniformly stated their opposition to this proposal. The reason given for hedge removal and replacement has not been substantiated. It's the current sole choice and position of drainage design that is the problem. The applicant has not considered any drainage alternatives to remove the need to destroy the hedge. The request committee asked for technical workable alternatives from the applicant to change the drainage design before approving this application. The request to committee members, the planning officer and especially the applicant read and consider in detail the resident third-party responses on the planning portal made after the December committee meeting and also on 2nd of March. If the planning application is approved, we respectfully ask the planning committee to consider adding 3 conditions to that approval. These conditions have been requested in submission by residents of Bakewell Mews and have not been adequately taken into account of by the applicant in their revised application. First condition requests that the option of a like-for-like replacement of the yew hedge is adopted. Such a continuous yew hedge will provide a green barrier for residents from dust and noise throughout the year, unlike the proposed deciduous hedge sections which lose their leaves. A yew hedge is also consistent with the other yew hedges which are part of the design of the Sainsbury's laboratory. Finally, a yew hedge will retain the historic character of the area. Please move to the next slide. No.
Next slide, John.
No, sorry, I want the one with the cross section. No. Yes, fine. Secondly, we request that a condition of approval is installation of a root barrier on the northern side of the drainage trench to prevent ingress of the roots into the botanical garden of Bateman Mews. We note the proposed approximate height of planting of the hedge is shown as 1.5 metres. A Google search reveals new planting material of this height is available for commercial purchase in the UK. We request the Planning Committee confirm this height requirement as a condition of planning approval. Thirdly, we request that adequate controls are put in place to mitigate against noise, vibration and dust generated during the construction of the road. This includes both the construction traffic management plan and the construction environmental management plan to be approved by the council and communicated to local residents and schools. Compliance with the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981 with regard to the timing of any works should also be sought. Then, finally, there appears to be no consideration in the applicant document as to maximise the use of the existing roadway material and geogrid in situ or near in situ. One hopes this gets covered in the needed in construction environmental management plan, as reuse is not only environmentally friendly but also cost effective.
Thank you very much. Perfect, on time. If you want to turn your microphone off, then please. No. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. So, Councillor Bick.
Chair, thank you for allowing me time to speak as ward councillor for the residents of Bateman Mews. The hedge in question marks the effective boundary between their very shallow backyards and the forecourt of the Sainsbury Laboratory in the Botanic Gardens. On reading the case officer's report, the residents, and I think I'm talking about almost every single one of them, are absolutely incredulous that despite what they see as a really profound change, not one of the formal consultees nor the planning policies examined so far appear to provide protection for their concerns. In the middle of the countryside, a hedge like this might be unremarkable, but in the constrained urban environment, it's incredibly valued and serves a very important purpose. It's good news that the existing hedge has now finally been proved to be mature. It is integral to the landscaping that allows a residential environment to coexist in such close proximity to the more corporate environment of a big laboratory workplace with commuters and delivery traffic channeled at the furthest point away from the laboratory itself and the closest possible point to the homes. And that's been the case since the laboratory was built. The boundary between the two is extraordinarily close to the rear facade of the homes, and consequently the hedge has enormous significance, including psychologically. Practically, it provides year-round visual and sound screening, which is all the more important because it's attractive, it's very dense, it's green, and it's a living presence with nesting birds and wildlife. Residents would have expected that if the roadway needed improvement, the existing hedge and the retention of it would form a solid design parameter for the improvement, and that a way ought to have been found to provide the necessary drainage from the new hard surface on the other side from the hedge. The irony is that the Botanic Gardens is an organisation dedicated to nature, which provides a fantastic amenity to the world on the other side of the laboratory. It's such a pity that on this side, away from the general public's gaze, that doesn't appear to have been the priority. I think that two views of the value of the hedge are mingled and somewhat confused. The applicant and the officer's assessment choose to interpret this to be about biodiversity. That appears to drive the approach in favour of the application, but residents are concerned about residential amenity and what must be an avoidable uprooting of a mature living hedge, which works for them and has done so for a long time. In the context of the wider site we're talking about, the argument for for a more biodiverse hedge seems extremely disproportionate when massive biodiversity is being nurtured all over the rest of the Botanic Gardens. My main plea to the committee is to search among planning policies and your own discretion and judgment in applying them to avoid letting this hedge be removed and force a new design for the roadway. If you genuinely find no way of averting this outcome, could you insist through condition that the hedge is replaced like for like as you? It will provide the year-round screening at which an evergreen will always do best, and it provides for historical continuity. It does not seem to be really true that yew saplings cannot be sourced above 80 to 100 centimetres in height. As a quick search, which any of us can do, immediately showed the residents and me the availability of plants up to 150 to 180 centimetres, which we would expect the applicant to use. And second, if you can't see a way of avoiding, if you can't see a way of keeping the current hedge, could you condition for a full construction plan for the new roadway for subsequent approval? This work on the roadway would be happening so close to the residents' homes that an agreed approach over and above just the hours of work should be necessary. For example, addressing the temporary screening from noise and dust, which will be acutely necessary when the hedge itself isn't there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, okay, debate. Hedge related. Anything? No debate. Okay, so I think what we've got is, well, Councillor Bick outlined the options there quite well, I thought, in that, refuse, so stick with the hedge we've got, or if we're going to allow it, stick with a yew hedge, although the application is about a mixed hedge with yew in it, and other things to do with management plan, construction management plan, which were brought up by the previous speaker. I hesitate to lead the conversation on. You can go to the vote if you wish, so. Councillor Howard?
Apologies, I've missed it, but what new information do we have since we deferred it?
John, do you want to answer that?
Primarily, it was a full ecological appraisal that was submitted and reviewed by our ecological team.
Could you, I'm being very lazy, but could you point me to the pages that are relevant for that report, or the location of the ecology report?
The full report is on the public access file. I'm just trying to find it myself, because I was just looking. It was submitted on the 16th of February. We then had the ecological comments on it on the 18th of February, so the full report is on there. It's quite a lengthy report, though, so it's tricky for us to sort of share it as such, but that's the report that's been assessed. So, yeah, it's on the public access file on the 16th of February.
Thank you.
While you, oh, yeah, Councillor Jones, go on.
Yes, Chair, I think one of the difficulties you have is, of course, that both the ecology officer had placed a holding objection and the landscape officer are both kind of appreciative of the proposals in terms of both the biodiversity net gain and in terms of the landscape officer, the ecological diversity replacement hedge. So taking on board your previous comments about respecting the professionalism of our officer and the consultee comments, I think that makes it a little bit difficult for us in terms of our decision, certainly on whether the condition about replacing like for like and another yew hedge is the right way forward.
Yeah, I think it's I want to say on-balance decision, but I said that once a while ago and people didn't like it, so I don't want to lead you, but So for me, it's an unbalanced decision, and the things I'm thinking about are the fact that the residents are very keen on the yew hedge. They've already got a yew hedge. It's a traditional type of hedge, and I guess I get the impression from what the officer said and what my knowledge of hedges is that it blocks, it screens quite well because it's a hedge year round, whereas not necessarily the case with a mixed hedge. I've got your hand up, Councillor Griffin. So, but I also, and so I'm trying, what you were saying, Councillor Todd-Jones, I think for me, the thing is here, we've got a desire by residents who count in the mix, and, what's there already and all of that, and what kind of, things that Councillor Bix said. But then there's this other thing about, if you're going to take the hedge up, what you put back, and what's the best thing to put back, and that's where the bit that you said comes in about what experts are saying is the best sort of solution to it. Councillor Griffin.
So the question is, my question is, is it the location of the drain that is causing a problem with the hedges? And if so, why can't it be relocated to the other side of the roadway?
Yeah, John?
So the reason that the applicant has given is that there is a slight incline to the north, so water naturally moves that way in any case. So it drains. Draining to the southern boundary would mean a positive pipe network would need to be installed with gully inspection chambers and connections. So they said that would be costly, difficult to find a positive connection, and would not be a sustainable solution for natural infiltration.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Griffin?
Sort of. I mean, I think it's doable. It just sounds like it's expensive, right? That's
actually the answer to most things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any more debate? Yes, Councillor Illingworth.
So, on one side we've got net positive biodiversity gain if we plan to mixed hedge. On the other side we've got the residents who want the existing hedge to be retained or reproduced. The applicants want to put in a mixed hedge. Can we insist they put back a yew hedge, which they can buy apparently from Google?
I think that's sort of been said, but we can check. That will be redesigning the scheme on the table, sort of, though partly anyway. But I sort of slightly dispute what you said, if I may. You've got your microphone on still, Councillor. In terms of one side or the other, because a yew hedge is going to have biodiversity value as well, and all of that. But I think what's being argued here is that the replanting of a new hedge using a mixed hedge, that the mitigation is being said that it will be a good hedge because it's good for nature. But that's not to say that a yew hedge wouldn't be good for nature as well, the one that's there already. But it could be a new yew hedge as well, I think, but maybe slightly, I don't know now, but I could check with John, but I'm not quite sure what the difference is between the biodiversity value of a yew hedge and a mixed hedge. I'm not quite sure how much. John, do you want to respond to any of that, or it looks like Michael wants to say something?
To intercept, unfortunately, Dan Tritton, who was the ecologist who commented on the application, isn't here, but as a general point, Dan Weaver, who is also an ecologist, is on the call. So do you think it might be worth getting his view on the difference between a mixed species and a yew hedge, perhaps? If that's okay, Chair.
Thanks, Michael. So, John, do you want to say anything first, or just go straight to him?
Well, I was about to say the same, that in the ecologist's report, the initial assessment of the existing yew hedge acknowledged that the value ecologically is quite low for just a yew hedge. So I understand a multi-species hedge will always have greater ecological value. I'm sure Dan can go into more detail than I.
So I've got them. Dan, do you want to tell us what you know about hedges?
Sorry, just bring that. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Dr. Daniel Weaver. I'm the Principal Ecology Officer for Greater Cambridge Shared Planning. please be aware I have come to this application fairly cold in the last half hour, so I will do my best to answer your questions. In terms of the value of biodiversity from a single species hedge to a multi-species hedge, a multiple species hedge will always have higher biodiversity because it provides greater niches for a greater diversity of species, whether they are insects, birds, and those that also feed on the insects and the birds that are in there as well. So you have a greater variety of fruiting plants, you have a greater variety of insects that feed on them. So there will always be a higher value in terms of biodiversity for a mixed species hedge than a single species hedge. So yeah, I think that's the long and short of the answer, unless you have any other questions.
No, I don't think so, Dan. You want to add anything to that, John?
I think that's established that well, yeah.
I suppose just to say that isn't what's on the table today, isn't it? The applicant isn't coming along saying, I want to change the hedge to a better, more biodiverse hedge. They come along with an application which involves moving the hedge, and then we're being asked to consider the new hedge as being a good quality hedge for biodiversity value.
That's correct. If members are minded to approve, we can amend condition 5 to request that the hedge be entirely yew, but the department does not think that that's the way to move forward.
There we are then, that's been put on the table for us, so that's a consideration. Something that was on my mind a while back, and I didn't dare say it, but is it not possible to replant some of the hedge that's pulled out in the new position? Because I've planted hedges in my ward in King's Hedges before now, and is that not possible?
Well, the replacement hedge will contain some yew. I believe that was already discussed with applicants, so we can go into that further if that's required. So there might be some replanting or translocation.
Yeah, because I would have thought an established hedge would provide good material to replant. I'm going to propose that it seems to me that residents really, well, one resident at least, wants a yew hedge. I don't really mind whichever way, as long as it's a hedge, I suppose, does the job. I do like mixed hedges myself personally, but that's not the point here. So I'm going to propose that we put to the applicant they have a yew hedge. Is there a seconder for that proposal? Yes, Councillor Todd-Jones, okay. Are you okay to have a vote on that, members? No one's complaining, Michael?
I was just going to suggest, is it worth me sort of suggesting some actual wording, specific wording, just to be clear on that?
Do that, yeah, do that.
So as John was saying, it would be on condition number 5, I believe, and essentially it would be the start of that condition. So it would say other than the replacement hedge, which must be of a yew variety. And then it will say all approved landscaping shall be fully carried out, etc., etc. So it would be introducing that the yew must be, the hedge, must be a yew in the start of condition number 5. Yep.
Now, you don't have to agree to it, of course. It's up to you whether you want to vote in favour, but let's have a vote on whether we agree with that proposal then. All those in favour?
That's 4, Chair.
Against?
None.
Abstentions?
One abstention.
Okay, so that proposal is carried then. So now we've got an application which is exactly the same, except that the hedge proposed will be 100% yew. Is there any more debate, or should we go to the vote? No. Okay, so a recommendation then, please, Michael. Oh, sorry, Michael.
I did like your suggestion of translocation. Can we not put in something about where at all possible? If there's a lot of earthworks or civil works going on to dig out this road or put this drainage in, I assume it's going to involve digging some pretty deep trenches, which therefore opens the opportunity to, as you said, extract some or all or most of the hedge to be used and just moved. But can we do that by condition?
Construction management plan, effectively, yeah. John, any response to that?
I think I'll defer to Michael on that, or whether that's practical from a condition
Say it
perspective.
again.
I think I'll defer to Michael on whether that's
I think the point that was being raised about the translocation is probably more as an informative to say, i.e. when it comes to discharging condition X, condition 5, effort should be made for the translocation of the existing hedge or something like that. Was more along the lines of what I was thinking, if that suffices.
Yeah, because in practical terms, it makes sense. Does why throw a hedge away when you want to actually have the exact same hedge? Just keep it and replant it. I thought it would grow okay. I'm not an expert, but, you know, with the right treatment, I would have thought they could manage it. Okay, right. Well, let's go back to the recommendation then, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation set out on page 90 of the committee papers is to approve the application, subject to conditions and informatives originally set out, is to include the ecological enhancement condition and the lighting condition that John put in his presentation earlier from the ecology team. Then an amendment to condition number 5 to reference the need for it to be a yew hedge as the replacement, and then an additional informative for the for efforts for translocation of the existing yew hedge to be made when discharging condition number 5. Thank you, Chair.
Right, all those in favour of that recommendation?
It's all 5, Chair.
Okay, so that's approved then. Thank you very much. Thanks. It's quite a good debate. Thanks very much for the speakers. Thanks, Councillor Beck. So the next one is Nightingale. Okay, to carry on? Yeah. Nightingale Avenue Recreation Ground. And John, you're it again. So we've got no public, oh, hang on. Yeah, no speakers on this item. So when you're ready, John.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen again. So, as Chair advised, this is for Nightingale Avenue Recreational Ground on Nightingale Avenue in Cambridge. It's for a certificate of lawfulness under a section 192 for the excavation for concrete foundations to secure 6 steel posts in place for public art sculptures. And this has been called into planning committee because the applicant has been identified as representing the Cambridge City Council. So we've got the site location plan here, the Nightingale Recreation Ground there. And we've got indicative images of the public art sculptures, including elevations of what they will look like and the posts that they are going to be fixed to, with an artist's imagining of how they will look in situ. So these posts will support public art sculptures located in the garden of Nightingale Recreation Ground. As the applicant is the City Council, the proposal cannot be decided under delegated powers. So Schedule 2, Part 12, Class A of the General Permitted Development Order from 2015 states that rights apply to the erection or construction and the maintenance, improvement or other alteration by or on behalf of a local authority of lamp standards, information kiosks, passenger shelters, public shelters and seats, telephone boxes, fire alarms, public drinking houses, horse troughs, refuse bins and baskets, and similar structures or works required in connection with the operation of any public service administered by them. So the recreation ground does not fall within a site of special scientific interest, nor does it contain a scheduled monument, and the proposed excavations for the public art qualifies as associated infrastructure for that above criteria. So here's the planning balance. The key material considerations are that there's no conflict with permitted development legislation. It'll be an improvement to the visual amenity of the public land, and it encourages the use of the recreation ground with no reasons for refusal identified. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. Everyone understand? Yeah, it's not about the public art. Don't judge that. It's about the posts in the ground. Yeah, Councillor Griffin.
Just a clarification, what materials will the artworks be made of?
Ah, well, that's not about the post in the ground, is it? But go on, if you know, John, you can answer.
I believe that the posts are metal and the sculptures are wood, I think.
Ask the reason for your question, please, Councillor Griffin.
Thank you.
No, what's the reason? Because in terms of what they're made out of.
I was worried about them sort of deteriorating quickly, depending on the materials they're made of.
So you mean the sculpture might deteriorate and then expose the post in the ground,
Yeah.
that sort of thing? Fair enough, that's a good question. Okay, so Michael?
Yeah, I was just looking on the some of the documentation. It says that I specialise in stoneware ceramic, arguably the most effective enduring material to inject colour into the environment. Also frost-proof, requiring little or no maintenance. So it suggests that it's in a stonework ceramic. Yeah.
I'm much happier with that answer.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Illingworth.
It actually says in the drawing slide we saw earlier, the garden sculptures are composed of reinforced concrete. If you go down,
Whereabouts is that, Councillor?
it's a drawing that ends 740-8769. You have to scroll down.
I haven't got that image online, but it was in a presentation that was shared, is that right? Have you got it at all, John?
I'm not sure if I've got that in front of me now.
You have to go into the planning. I've gone into the planning portal to
That
find
one,
it.
okay, right. So, can you make that bit bigger, the bit on the left-hand side as you look at the screen? I think it's handwritten, unfortunately, but textured surface, this is the art, textured surface for ceramic tiles, then a size, then bracket, double-sided, close bracket, dimensions, then sizes again. So it looks like it's a construction that's tiled with ceramic tiles. I mean, as I said, the application is about the posts in the ground because it's an open space, and do we agree to putting posts in the ground? The thing with public art, which I said not to talk about, is that, you know, potentially no one likes it, but possibly they sometimes do. But it's sort of implied it lasts forever, but it never actually does. In the end, even the best public art turns to dust, and often long before, and everyone gets fed up with it, then takes it away. So I can't imagine these things are going to stay there for 100 years, but it might stay there for a couple of decades, perhaps. So I think bear that in mind. But that's my own personal opinion on what might happen. I've worked in public art myself a bit, so I do know a bit about it. So, but what we're saying, is it okay to put the posts in the ground on this open space? That's the application. And unless I've missed anything, John, is that it? Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
Whether you like the public art or not is not on the table today. But your question, Councillor Irfin, was completely pertinent about whether it lasts okay or whether it will fall off and then the posts will be exposed. But I suppose in that sense that it would then be repaired, wouldn't it? Or taken, if it all broke, basically, it would be taken away or repaired and redone. That's normally what happens. So, Councillor Griffin?
I was also concerned about vandalism. If they're made of wood or something that's easily vandalized. But if it's something ceramic, and I think it's not so easily vandalized.
Okay, shall we go to the recommendation then? Sounds like no more questions. So, yeah, Michael.
Thank you. So the recommendation is set out on page 98, at paragraph 6.1, and that is to approve the application.
Thank you, Michael. So all those in favour of that recommendation?
For support the recommendation.
Against?
None again.
Abstain?
One abstention.
So the item is approved. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much, members. Oh, we haven't finished yet, we know. So the appeals report, I got it right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, appeals information, where have I lost it? I've lost it. Appeals information, that's it. So the appeals, so Michael, do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's more just to note, but if members had any specific questions on any of the appeals that are in the list, I'll happily try and answer, but it might go away. One thing to note is that the Ditton Walk appeal hearing, I think, is scheduled in 2 weeks' time. So that would be, I believe, in this room. Actually, no, I think it's in the other room just around the corner here. But that's taking place in 2 weeks' time. So that's an appeal hearing. And I think 33 Coleridge Road that was on the list to be determined was dismissed either Monday this week or very late last week, but that appeal was dismissed. So other than that, there was nothing that I noted. But if members have got any questions, happy to take them.
Any questions? No? Okay. In that case, we are done. So thank you very much, everyone, members and officers, and all the speakers today. And yeah, we seem to have finished a bit early, so that's nice for us. So thank you very much. All right.